Ahora, estamos en casa ahora. Sí, ok. Sí, bueno.
Hello, good morning, good evening, good night. Welcome to this one-day symposium on the future of sports in Jamaica. Before we get going, however, we're going to have some remarks from the Dean of the Faculty of Sports at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, Dr. Akshay Mansingh. Dr. Mansingh.
Thank you very much. And it's just left for me to welcome everyone who's tuned into this virtual symposium. We've made it virtual so that most people who are interested can actually log in. We understand the difficulties of moving around on a Friday morning. But on behalf of the Faculty of Sports and the Mona School of Business and Management at the University of the West Indies, I'd like to welcome you to this one-day symposium on the future of sport in Jamaica. We've divided it into two sections: sport administration in Jamaica, fit for purpose, and sport business, the way forward. As you see, both of these germane to the future of sport in Jamaica. Now, what we're hoping to have today is a lot of constructive discussion, because the panelists that you've seen, the people who will be speaking, are luminaries in the sporting industry in Jamaica and overseas. And we hope to be learning from the past and using those experiences to guide us towards the future. So, with the array of experts from all over Jamaica, what we're hoping is that you yourself will have questions that you can put into the YouTube channel, and we can take it at the discussion section. We have two moderators today who themselves are eminent sport personalities in broadcasting. Karen Madden, who will do the first session, and Spencer Darlington, who will do the second session. So welcome all on behalf of the Faculty of Sport and Mona School of Business and Management. And I hand over to you, Karen, to continue the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mansingh. I am very happy to be here. It's an issue, it's a topic that is very dear to my heart. As a journalist, I give a lot of flack to some of the administrators in the country. But before we get into all of that, unfortunately, the Minister of Sport, the Honorable Babsy Grange, unable to join us. So bringing greetings on her behalf is the CEO of IPL, Major Desmond. Major.
Good morning, all. On behalf of the Minister, Honorable Oliver Grange, OJCD, who is unable to attend, I have been asked to deliver a message. First of all, let me say good morning to all the distinguished presenters, the host, and to the persons attending. Good morning. Unfortunately, I didn't get all the names. I didn't want to call anybody and leave anybody out. So I'm greeting all of you It is with great pleasure that I extend, on behalf of the Minister, greetings and congratulations to the University of West Indies for hosting this important symposium on the future of sports in Jamaica. This event represents a significant step forward in exploring key lessons in sports management, governance, and sustainable models that are critical to shaping the future of sports in our nation. The discussions surrounding governance structure and sustainability are not only timely, but essential to ensuring that Jamaica remains a leader in sports, both regionally and globally. The government is currently working on the fundamentals for the revision of the National Sports Policy, which was first promulgated in 2013. Much time has elapsed, and of course, since then we have survived the COVID pandemic, which globally ravaged the sports sector, which relies extensively on human contact. The pandemic is considered one of the most adverse peacetime shocks to the global economy. Our approach is that Jamaica now has an opportunity to establish the foundation for a durable, equitable, and sustainable national sports industry. Going forward, we are strategically investing in initiatives to mainstream sports and physical activity as part of policy integration across public health, education, social, and economic development. Our immediate priorities are on rehabilitation of the aging physical infrastructure, facilitation of National Sports Federation through the Sports Development Foundation to assist them in improving their governance systems and the promotion of data collection to ensure evidence-based planning. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very excited to be part of this discourse, and we look forward to hearing the varying perspectives you have all brought to the table. I anticipate that the insights and meaningful conversations that will emerge from this symposium will be invaluable. Thank you, Mona School of Business and the Faculty of Sports for your dedication to advancing the dialogue on these critical topics, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring event. Honorable Oliver Grange, OJ, MP, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Major Brown, for bringing the minister's very important message to us. As Dr. Mansingh said earlier, this symposium is divided into two groups. As I said myself, it's an issue that is very, very dear to my heart. I'm very passionate about it because as much as Jamaica has done so well in the area of sport, we have lagged behind in some areas, and one of our weaknesses is, in fact, sports administration. So we're hoping for some main issues to be tackled today, and also for some best practices to be developed as we move forward. So we have some very, very interesting and exciting speakers over the course of today. And first out of the blocks, an Olympian, Dr. Christopher Stokes. He is a development economist, a sports administrator, and as I said, an Olympian. So he's first out of the blocks, and he will bring thoughts on the state of sports administration in Jamaica. So it's over to you, Dr. Stokes.
Thank you very much. And of course, it's Christian Stokes, not Christopher. No.
My apologies.
No, just bear in mind. Dr. Mansingh, Dean of the College of Sports at the Faculty of Sport at the University of West Indies, other distinguished panelists and persons joining us online, and members of the media. Greetings and salutations. I appreciate your being here. I want to address the task that I have been charged with with a top-down approach. And I will say upfront, an academic. So there will be, and this is a university after all, so there will be some things in it that seem a little bit beyond the practical application. But I think any good policy has to be undergirded by research, investigation, testing, development, and finalization before implementation. So I will touch on some of those things. I was very glad to hear Major Brown's presentation. Some of the things that the minister said are very important, especially as it regards to the national sports policy. So please, Major, pass on to her my appreciation for indicating to the country that the national sports policy is still front and center. So allow me to take a top-down approach. Let me talk about sport policy first, and then get down into what we're doing in Jamaica. And you know, notwithstanding the fact that we do have a national sport policy and a sport section in our Vision 2030, the first challenge that we have, and the first work that I know that Dr. Mansing has committed himself to, is to doing research and publication of academic studies that inform these things. And in that sense, allow me to share a couple of the things that's going on in the world generally before coming down specifically to what is happening in Jamaica. There have been a number of studies around what makes a good sports policy. And let me just touch on a couple. The first having to do with integration of national unity and excellence. Why have a national sports policy? All right, is it to win a medal? Is it sport for all? Is it for health? What is it? All right. Generally, sports policies aim to enhance national identity, improve public health, achieve international sporting success. In the case of Jamaica, I would add enhancing socialization of our young men in particular, and violence reduction. All right, so you know, why a sports policy? Why sports for our country? That's a fundamental decision that needs to be made. And the answer cannot be to win a medal, okay? To win a medal in the Olympics. So just a couple of examples. Integration. The national sport policies often emphasize national unity. And it is something that we can do to bridge communities here in Jamaica. We have seen that done in Australia, Scotland, France, Canada, Sweden, Great Britain, and New Zealand. Some sports policies seek to centralize and rationalize. We have seen that in New Zealand. So instead of having multiple bodies in different places, you have a centralization, a centralized planning, so you have a national focus. We've seen that in Australia. There's a fundamental decision to be made between whether we go after elite sport or grassroots sports. If there is a mix, what is the nature of that mix? And we have seen those studies being done in the Netherlands in particular to come to terms with this. Paralympic sport has been injected specifically into many cultures, a lot of them having to do with post-war, the veterans in post-war environment, giving them an opportunity for physical activity. But right there in Jamaica, we have the outstanding Sir John Golden Rehabilitation Center, not far from where, you know, really across the wall down the road from where the Faculty of Sport is. Also, the matter of the relationship between government and sport, how involved is government in sport, is important. And also sport and national identity. How much of who we are as a people is driven by sport? And Jamaica, by default, is known as the land of sprinters, right? The thing that gave us our greatest sense of national identity post the emergence of domestic political movements leading up to the 1948 and the 1952 Olympics. When we started the discussions about independence, what gave us great pride was that Jamaican athletes, under the British flag, Jamaican athletes won medals, set world records at the Olympic Games. The same can be said, by the way, for cricket, for the Caribbean in general. But for track and field, Jamaica's sense of identity, sense of being different, sense of being equal, as good as, came from track and field. Is important to bear in mind. Of course, there's also the use of sport for sport washing. You know, Saudi Arabia has been accused of that. They deny it. They say that their investment in sport is simply a part of their cultural and national economic development. And I have no reason to doubt that. Russia itself has been accused of using sports for sport washing. In Jamaica, we don't have to go. I mean, in the sense that instead of talking about the violence in Jamaica, we talk about how good we are at sports. I mean, I suppose that a stretch it could be thought about sports washing, but that's definitely not a national policy. Now, let me spend a little time on two important documents that exist. The first is Jamaica's Vision 2030 plan, and specifically the sports sector plan. All right, there are 31 sector plans, of which one is sport. And then I will speak a little bit about the national sport policy. And why are these important? We cannot speak about sports administration in Jamaica in a vacuum. It has to be within the context of something else. And part of the context is the tone that is set at the national level. All right? Now, it's important to share this. Vision 2030, the sports part of that is aimed to strengthen the role of sport in national development, not to win the medal, by broadening participation opportunities in recreational areas for competitive sports for persons of all ages, increasing facilities for sporting events at the national, community, and school levels, increasing the number of trained courses, number of facilities. Through this strategy, Vision 2030 aims to increase the growth of sport as a business, so you can enter sport as a business, a way to make money and to contribute to the economy, a commercial activity, and to Jamaica's economic development, and to ensure the consistent production of elite athletes who can compete at the highest levels of international sport. This is what the Vision 2030 sport sector document says. That is what we're aiming for. Now, if I come now to the second document, which is the sport policy document, I don't know if anybody here is here from the SDF, but on the SDF site, Sports Development Foundation has a little update on the sport policy document. All right. Now, it's interesting to see that the document points out Jamaica's success in track and field in particular since 1948. And a little later, I want to touch on the sort of the monoculture of track and field in terms of international sporting excellence at the highest level, and speak to how we can broaden participation at the highest level, all right, at the international level. But the interesting thing, and the thing that is worth noting from the SDF, the sports policy document on the FDF site, is that it says, and I quote, "The revision of the national sports policy is therefore an attempt to capitalize on our achievements and exploit every opportunity to diversify and develop the economy while strengthening communities." Why is this important? It did not say that the success was caused by a national sport policy. It says that the pursuit of a sports policy is inspired by the success that exists already. And sometimes as planners, we want to think that, okay, you plan and then you have success. The fact of the matter is that in the case of Jamaica, as it is in our music and in our culture generally, our success is emergent from the bowels of the country and not as a result of sport policy or cultural policy, which is not to say it is not valuable. It is to say that we need to recognize that, shore it up, and buttress it with good, strong, supportive national policy. In fact, Richard Thoma, in his dissertation at the University of Ottawa, entitled National Sports Policy in a Developing Country, the case of Jamaica's elite sport development in selected sports, concludes the environment involved, that's the environment of excellence in sport in Jamaica, involved a collaboration between educational institutions, read ISA, UTEC, UWI, GC Foster, and the professional local clubs, read MVP, racers, etc., and represents the critical elements of success in athletics. And here is the kicker. indicating that the influence of government policies for sports development was not impacting international sports success up until 2017. So it is not that we had a policy that led to these things emerged. Now, I have shared similar thoughts in the past. My own thought is that any policy, any strategy has intended and emergent characteristics. And the fact of the matter is that the incredible successes we have had in Jamaican sport, not just track and field, but in football, hockey, gymnastics, aquatic sports, etc., is more emergent than derived from a top-down policy. All right? This success is built on the back and concretized by the sweat of a vast number of volunteers operating locally in their communities out of love for their sport. I remember young Glenn Mills in the hot sun on a dirt track, sitting under a tree coaching. Nobody was paying him. Nobody was saying one day you'd be this and one day you'd be that. That example that we got from now Honorable Dr. Mills is what drives sport in Jamaica. It is not that any government agencies hiring sport coaches, taking care of them and sending them out into the field to do well. That is an example of what is going on. And I'm just saying that while that is good and we must hold on to it, because remember, there are countries with very sophisticated sport plans that at the end of the day don't have any success at all. So we must not throw out the fact that we are an innovative and committed people in terms of sport. My point is that we need to build over that at a policy level, right? Now, there are a couple of recommendations I have just in observation for the national sport policy, for the Vision 2030 in particular. First is we need a reinvented and reinvigorated National Council on Sport. The minister did not mention that, I believe, Major Brown, in her speech, but I think that is important because we need an overriding body ensuring the implementation of a national sport policy. The GOA reports to the IOC, the JFF reports to FIFA, J3 reports to World Athletics. Jamaica as a country needs a body that oversees the use of sport or the development of sport or the use of sport for national development. We have not done a good job at that. We are falling down on that. We also need leadership that values and pursues collaboration over confrontation. We need to work together more. And we need to integrate. We can't, for example, have ISA acting in its own interests in a manner that is not supportive of the country's interests, for example. So we need to integrate those things. Now, there are two areas I want to speak about as it relates to the current state of sports administration in Jamaica. First is leadership, and the second is governance. Now, while I laud the volunteer spirit, it is also important to stress the importance of professionalizing sport administration. I had a track coach that would once say, part-time athletes get part-time results. The truth also is that part-time administrators will get part-time results. But smaller emerging sports in the context of Jamaica are going to have a hard time having that professional management. That is a role that we can have the SDF or government play. Centralized, you remember what they did in New Zealand, a centralized location, place, where you can essentially tap into a CEO, tap into a secretariat, tap into a mailbox, a phone number, an email address, right? We do not have the scale where each individual body has to replicate this organizational structure. And part of that too has to do with just how elections and administrations are run in Jamaica, and I will touch on that in a little bit. The second bit has to do with governance. So I spoke about leadership, governance. How well do we run sports organizations? And that is a whole talk in itself. But let me just point out two things that I think are of importance. The first is to refer to the Lucky Report by on cricket, West Indies cricket and its sponsorship arrangements. Judge Anthony Lucky, I think it came out in 2003. And he said, and it's a word of warning, the events that led to the signing of the WICB digital sponsorship agreement are not in conformity with company law and practice. Accepted company law and practice require that agreements and the contracts which bind the company should be placed on the agenda for discussion at board meetings. We hear what is going on now. I see things in the paper about the Puma and Adidas. I don't know, I'm not involved, but I'm saying that there's a proper governance way to deal with these things. And we don't have to invent it. We can just read what Justice Lucky wrote in 2003. And after the agreement or contract has been examined and considered by the board would approve same and by resolution agree that the contract or agreement should be signed by persons specified in the resolution. And he concludes, the negotiations that resulted in the finalization of the agreement were conducted in secret under a guise of confidentiality. We must learn from our experiences. This is the Lucky Report of 2003. More recently, the Weber Report came out with 37 recommendations, including that the task force is of the opinion, strongly of the opinion that smaller, more competence-focused boards are optimal. Enhance decision making and lessen the prevalence of conflict of interest. This is important because as things stand now, persons who run our sports bodies are persons who are able to be elected and not necessarily, it's not a conditioned precedent that they are good sports administrators. What is important is that they can be elected. What we'll be suggesting is that we look for competence at the board level and in the leadership level, and we need to find a way to marry the democratic process of electing someone with the issue of competence, transparency, governance, and leadership. And it is not impossible. And I believe that there's a role for the government to play in setting certain standards, possibly through some amendment to the Companies Act or some other mechanism. They go on to suggest that the positions of president and vice president should be redefined as chairperson and deputy chairperson. Okay? These are important structural changes, good practices that we need to look at, because we have this old thing where it is an association with a elected president, honorary treasurer, and board members, all of whom are elected. This structure, while democratic, and we must hold on to it, does not necessarily mean that we have the competence at the operational level which we need. In this regard, I think there are a couple of examples that are worth pointing out. The GOA's hiring of Ryan Foster, I believe, set a good example of what it means to get competent corporate leadership running an organization, right? We see the same thing with Dennis Chung at the JFF, and we see Professional Football Jamaica doing the same thing. This is something, none of these scenarios, I'm not suggesting that they're perfect. I'm saying that they're going in the right direction. And this is what we must do to get the kind of results that we need. We also need in Jamaica to address at the administration level elections. All right? Now, there's some basic rules that I would put forward. The person who's overlooking an election should be actually independent and without interest or the appearance on interest in the success or failure of a candidate. The voting list should be agreed and made available to everyone. This is who can vote. Persons standing for election should not de facto be also running the election. The so-called stacking of voters list, where you just put people on, bring them in, because you feel that they'll vote for you. And I say this not to say that I have had any evidence of anybody doing it. I say it to say that as a principle, everybody should be able to agree on how you become a member, how you vote, and have that distance between persons seeking office and persons who manage the process. All right. Also, in the cases where there are proxy votes, we need to have some management around that. All right. Let me comment finally on the economics of sport. Right now, we are set up where sports associations have a fundraiser, write a small group of companies for funding, get very little funding from the government, and it's not sufficient. Get some funding from the SDF, it is not sufficient. All right. Now, there is an extreme in the case in Guatemala, where in the Constitution of Guatemala, I believe it is 3% of the national budget must go towards sport, which is attractive. It is an attractive idea, approach, and you may want to say, let's do that. All right. And that's fine. But I have to say that Guatemala has had its issues because of that. You know, money tends to corrupt. But the idea of government funding in support of sport, I think needs to be taken seriously. We see, I believe it is UK sport, and next speaker can get into that a little bit, where some, you know, lottery money goes substantially towards funding sport. Same thing in Canada. This is the idea we had at the SDF in Jamaica, but of course the amount of money that SDF brings in is certainly a case of water being more than flour. Now, I would like to suggest to you that we rethink how we raise funds in the administration and sports in Jamaica. I already mentioned that we can consolidate offices. Not everybody needs a president, an executive president, and a general secretary actually operating. You can have those elected positions, but the SDF, for example, could set up what is essentially an incubator for some sports where you can go and get basic services, including accounting and auditing services. And the SDF is now requiring audited accounts before they disperse funds going forward, which is not an inexpensive proposition, and it is an issue that I have mixed feelings about. All right? But let us look at a couple of examples. And I'm just going to use a little bit on bobsleigh and a little bit on what we see happened in Arnett Gardens. Arnett Gardens teamed with Dream Entertainment Limited, who is going to run the football club to generate revenue, because they understand that the nexus between, in fact, there's not even a nexus now between entertainment and sport. Sport is entertainment. And they understand that. That must be lauded. So we have to position our sports as entertainment. That's the first thing. The second thing I would suggest is that sports need to retain their intellectual property, and administration needs to have its own brand value. It cannot be that all the brand value is in the athletes because the athletes will go with it. So, for example, the J3 needs to have its own value in athletics Jamaica. Not Usain Bolt and Shelley, and God bless them, go ahead, do your thing. But they cannot just walk away with their own brand value and there's nothing left for Athletics Jamaica. Not that Athletics Jamaica, that they owe Athletics Jamaica anything. My simple point is sports associations need to accrue to themselves their own brand value so that they can then seek to monetize that and generate funds for the association. An interesting thing that we're doing in bobsleigh now, for example, is looking into creating a special purpose vehicle, which is normally in the investment world. But let's say, for example, that we have a road to 2026 Winter Olympics, and we're going to do a documentary around it. We create that as an asset by itself. We have investors invest in it with the idea that when we get there and perform, that will then be sold to somebody, Netflix or whomever else. That's a special purpose vehicle for that specific project. It is those kinds of things that we need to do. All right. And in terms of sport leadership, I refer to a quote by Mahatma Gandhi, who said, "There go my people. I must hurry to catch up with them, for I am their leader." And I feel that that is where Jamaica is in terms of the national policy level and where the individual sports need to go. Now, we have had, in conclusion, success based on individual effort. We need to change gears to a national effort, beginning with leadership at the national policy level, backed by strong academic research and the development of domestic models for sport administration. Domestic, not what they're doing in Australia or in England or in Australia. What works in Jamaica? Against the background of being in a middle-income country where the government cannot provide material funding for each sports association, each must find its own way. Whatever that way is, it must be based on a solid foundation of good leadership and good governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christian Stokes. A very thought-provoking presentation there. Good way to start the day, good way to start this relay. If you joined us midstream, that was Dr. Christian Stokes, development economist, sports senior, veteran sports administrator, as well as an Olympian, of course. We have people joining all the time on the YouTube channel. I'm very pleased that we have so many people joining. I want to let you know that you can send in your questions. We have a question and answer session. You can send in your question. We think we're up to 42 people now on the YouTube channel, so people are joining all the time. Send in your questions and we'll have our panelists respond to them. Bit of housekeeping matters. We've had one speaker dropping out, Mr. Christopher Samuda, the president of the Jamaica Olympic Association, is traveling and his internet connection is very spotty, so he's had to drop out. But what it does is give us some more time to have a question and answer session. I'm going to allow Dr. Stokes to catch his breath before fielding some questions, get some water, and listen to the next presentation, which comes all the way from the United Kingdom. This is Dr. Craig Ranson. He's Director of Athlete Health and Performance Data at the UK Sports Institute. We are very pleased to be able to have him online with us. So we can send you some sunshine, Dr. Ranson, but we're very pleased that you're joining us. So it's over to you now, Dr. Craig Ranson.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to join the very important symposium today. Yes, we have been covered in a blanket of thick fog, pea soup, for the last 3 days here in the UK. So definitely feeling the sunshine from Jamaica. As was said, my name is Craig Ranson. I'm Director of Athlete Health and Director of Performance Data at the UK Sports Institute. The Institute is a subsidiary of UK Sport, which is the funding body for sport in the UK. And we provide the sports medicine and athlete health support for around 50 funded sports within the UK Olympic and Paralympic sports, and that's around 300 practitioners in health and sports science supporting those sports. We're in the middle of doing our strategy development for the LA Summer Olympic Games cycle. So this is timely for me and really interesting to hear the remarks of Dr. Stokes there. I've also, as well as working in Olympic and Paralympic sport now, had the last 20 years working in international and national governing bodies for sports like rugby, athletics, and cricket, which is where I came to know Dr. Mansingh originally. I've had the privilege to come out several times to Jamaica over the last 15 years, supporting Dr. Mansingh with the sports medicine course, but also being able to meet many people from Jamaican sport, administrators, coaches like Dr. Mills there, Coach Mills, great to see you again, and many athletes as well from Jamaica. So I have a certain perspective, and I'm very much looking forward to coming back out to Jamaica the next time around. So my talk hopefully is going to follow on quite nicely from Dr. Stokes, in that it's going to talk maybe not so much about the policy element, but the strategy of implementing a sporting success model, and really getting down to the nuts and bolts of implementation of policy to follow on from having a robust policy. So I'm going to share a presentation. It'll take about 12, 15 minutes. and then hopefully we'll have plenty of time to follow on and have a discussion on some of the issues that are raised. I'll just share my screen and hopefully be able to see my presentation. Shout if you can't see it. So, I mean, looking at the title of the presentation today is The Future of Sport in Jamaica, and as I said, we're looking at some of the strategic management for sporting success and using some examples from where that's been done around the world. Most countries now, just about everyone has a sports policy, a national sports policy. Very few have a workable strategy behind that on the ground. I'll show you some examples of that. The framework that's often used, there's many of these types of frameworks, but the framework is used for those strategies. One that's been used in the UK in the past and now in Australia is this VMOST model, where, as Dr. Stokes was saying, rather than that emergent model of success, it's looking at where you want to be in 4 years' time, 10 years' time, and having that audacious goal that you're working towards, which is the vision of the sports strategy. And then underneath that is clear objectives that you would like to meet in order to get to that vision. Associated that with some key strategies to achieve those objectives, and the tactics are the things that you do on the ground effectively to reach those objectives and to get to that audacious goal that is the vision. So again, referring to the 2013 white paper on national sports policy, which is great to hear that's being under review at the moment. And this is very similar to many that you will read around the world, as Dr. Stokes said. The vision, the V in that VMOST, is clearly articulated. It's concise. It can be used in a number of ways. Sports for all can have a number of connotations, and that's generally what you'd have within a vision. The mission tends to be a bit more specific. And again, reiterating those policy goals, which again are very clear, and by the most part, they're measurable as well. And that's a key thing is, how are you progressing against those? Can you measure whether you're making any progress? So again, by 2015, there'll be an increase in number of persons of all ages participating in recreational competitive sports. That should be measurable, but it's only measurable if you have good systems of collecting the data and knowing who your membership is. Sports will become a significant contributor to economic growth and development of Jamaica, and I think there's some overlaps with the fourth objective here. And this is one that I'll probably focus on today. And again, Dr. Stokes says it shouldn't be about a medal, but it's what that medal drives is the important thing to get from strategy. So Jamaica will consistently produce elite athletes who are world leaders in their respective disciplines. And Jamaica certainly has a history of that. But for the purpose of today, what we're going to make is this assumption, rightly or wrongly, and the problem statement that we're working to solve today is that Jamaica is struggling to progress towards its sporting goals. And we'll work on that basis in terms of where we go with it. So achieving sporting success, why is it important? Why is it nationally important? And Dr. Stokes mentioned some of those particular potential measures. Why is it internationally important? What does that tangibly look like? What is a measure of success? And in that, where are we now? What is the sporting landscape at the moment? How is our success tracking at the moment? And then where do you bridge that gap between where you are now and where that vision, you'd like that vision to take you? And that's the key bit, and that's the bit we'll focus on today. So for some countries, why is it important? And again, that goes back to the vision. So this is from Australia's 2032 strategy, and that's obviously based around their Brisbane Olympic Games in 2032. Probably one of the first times that Australia's had a strategy to back up their sports policy. And the vision is that sport has a place for everyone and delivers results that make Australia proud. And you'll see from most of these, they have two elements to the vision. One is about sporting success, so delivering results. And the other bit is about the impact of that nationally or internationally. So in this case, making Australia proud. The mission then tends to be a bit more specific. So the mission for Australia, the Australian Sports Commission will lead, support and provide opportunities for all communities to be involved in sport, very similar to the sport for all connotation from Jamaica, while growing elite success and representation, inspiring future generations. So again, that dual purpose of the sporting policy and strategy. Slightly different for Norway, which has been really successful in winter sports and summer sports over the last few Olympiads and Paralympiads. And theirs is much more focused on the community and national impact of sport. So their vision is simply joy of sport for all. So very, very similar to Jamaica's. And the mission to give everyone the opportunity to participate in sport in accordance to their own wishes and needs without unreasonable or disproportionate differential treatment. So equity being a key aspect of that. So are you looking for sport to drive empowerment of women, for crime that was mentioned for amongst young men, for promoting health in gender and physical activity as a means of promoting health within a nation? And the Norwegians have a really interesting way of doing that, and a philosophy around their sport for all, in that they will particularly focus on and fund and support sports which you can watch on a Sunday on the television or at the stadium, and then play them on a Monday. So sports like skiing, skating, handball, track and field, which are accessible by all Norwegians. If they're not accessible by Norwegians, they tend not to support them as much, which I think is a really interesting national philosophy. This is one from the UK Strategic Plan 2021 to 31. Again, those dual elements: powering success, winning well, and inspiring that national or international impact. And a tangible example of that from the UK is the Paralympics, a very successful program over 30 years, British Paralympic program, and they are really becoming really activists now in particular in this theme, which is around enabling fair play and accessibility to play for disabled kids with disability. And following the Paralympic Games, an open letter from Paralympics GB was written to the Prime Minister, and the agenda being, as Paralympians and as disabled people, we are more determined than ever to use this platform to do all we can to prevent the next generation of children being left on the sidelines in the birthplace of the Paralympic movement. So very much providing that equity for kids with disability and using sport as a power for driving that. So again, working out why it's important for Jamaica to be successful in sport. So there's a great legacy of that. But in the future, what is that going to drive? And in particular, what are the themes that you're looking for sport in Jamaica to have an influence on? And again, it might be health, it might be crime, it might be empowerment of women, but it's been very clear on that. As I said, today, we're going to focus again on producing elite athletes and how they might then drive those agendas. And I've seen and heard how powerful that can be. I remember coming to Jamaica just after the 2012 Olympics in London, straight up from the London Olympics. I came out to Jamaica and heard the stories of Halfway Tree and all the people on the streets watching the games and harnessing that enthusiasm and having that national pride, inspiring the nation for, particularly towards some of those agendas, is something that certainly has a legacy in Jamaica as well. But what does sporting success really look like? Inspiring the nation itself doesn't really mean anything. How would you measure it? So in the UK, they have some specific, not targets, but ambitions that are associated with their strategy. So for example, one of those is to finish top 5 in the medal tables consistently for Olympic and Paralympic sport. It's to win medals and be successful across a range of sports. Most of the medals in GB come from 6 sports, but trying to get as many sports as possible, more medals from more sports being the adage. And regularly staging international events is another thing on the agenda of the British strategy. And the reason for that potentially is, if you want to be considered a world superpower and to be attracting money related to sport to the country, being top 5 in the medal tables and staging international events is an important part of that internationally. So what might success in 2028, LA Games, what will that look like for Jamaica? And again, these are just proposals and take them with a pinch of salt, but 12 athletics medals seems to be a reasonable barometer of success. 10 to 12 medals being historically what Jamaica's achieved over the last 20 odd years. But perhaps with a little bit more breadth in those. So winning medals in throwing events, in field events, in middle distance. The Germans, for example, a couple of Olympiads ago, really focused on female throwing events and had great success there by putting their resource there. More medals for more sports. You've had swimmers and divers at the games this time around. Could they win an aquatics medal in the next games, which would inspire more athletes across more sports? Top 8 positions in another sport, perhaps women's football. and perhaps having a Paralympic team, as the brilliant rehab that goes on in Jamaica, can that be harnessed and inspired by having a team of 10 or so athletes across 2 or 3 sports? And is there the opportunity to stage a major games? Fantastic news that the Commonwealth Games is going to be in Glasgow next time around, which is tremendous and a great legacy and a great opportunity. I know Jamaica's history in that, that might be something to bid for in 2030 or 2034. So that's all great in terms of ambition, but where are we now? And if we go back to the British example again, in the Olympic Games, 65 medals, in the Paralympic Games, over 120 medals. And that's been consistent in every Games since 2012, with over 60 medals in Olympic Games and over 120 in Paralympic Games. So that's sustained success based on a strategic approach that's repeated and supported. The breadth of sports, over 18 sports medals were won by British athletes this time around, which again satisfies that more medals and more sports agenda. However, they weren't top 5 in the Olympics, second on the table in the Paralympics, but 7th on gold medals, being only 14 gold medals this time around. Another 2 or 3 gold medals would have meant 3rd in the Olympic table. So again, having those measures that are tangible, where you can measure your success against, is important. We're at Jamaica now. So again, no surprise to anyone on this call probably, but least medals since 2004 with 6, I believe, I'm right in saying. So challenges that were certainly evident on the international press. We were really surprised to see reports of Shelley-Ann Fraser-Pryce not being able to get into the warm-up track. 2022 World Championships, where 1, 2, 3 in the female 100 meters, and none of those athletes been able to get to the start line this time around. Perhaps they were considerable contributors to that performance this time around. Are they things that can be strategically managed in order to get back to those potential targets that we talked about before, and those ambitions? But, some probably at face value for me as an external looking at it, to see, yes, only 6 medals, but to have medals in throwing events, to have medals in horizontal jumps, is that an opportunity too, to have really good middle distance runners, to broaden that, which again might have the flow-on effect of inspiring more athletes in more sports, in more events, to take up, and then again having that the breadth of sports with your swimmers, your divers, and a fantastic article from the BBC that was only out a couple of weeks ago, which was an in-depth interview with Khadija Shaw and at Man City, talking about her growing up in Jamaica and the role models that she had, and how she would really like to be inspiring young Jamaican girls to be playing football and being successful. And again, is that something that can become a focus for Jamaica in terms of the reggae girls? So bridging that gap to where you are now to where you'd like to be, it's pretty boring actually. It's the processes that are used in the UK, plan, do, review. This is well written about. Is a fairly simple process. It's really, really difficult though to do consistently. So in the UK, there's I said we're planning the LA cycle at the moment. Every 4 years, there's an in-depth review, which is happening now, and then a plan set out for the next 4 years. We also have quarterly mission meetings against that with UK Sport, where we look at the progress towards our quadrennial cycle aims and ambitions, to keep reviewing it, keep adjusting the plans. You have to be very disciplined to do that and adjust those plans and make those reviews periodically. But if you have the administrative and the processes in place, that can be done and is very effective. So further down that VMOST framework, so the actual nitty-gritty, the strategies and tactics. So if we had an objective, for example, which is on your sport policy of consistently producing world-leading athletes, what does that mean? So the strategy might be, how are we going to promote more medal winners from more events and more sports? And the tactics associated with that on the ground might be around identifying potential medal winners. When I worked at Welsh Rugby, they had a database and registry of all Welsh qualified players around the world, whether they're in Canada, US, in England, in Scotland, and did they have potential to play for Wales and win a World Cup for Wales? Tracking their progress and supporting their progress with communication, by supporting them through direct funding, making sure they had access to expert coaching and good facilities to train and prepare in. all of those tactics that are on the ground which are tangible. Now, you can't do that across every sport in every athlete, but can you identify those potential medal winners and, to get started, have some success with them by targeting those resources? And in particular, games time support. We're lucky in Great Britain to have a very, very good relationship with the British Olympic and British Paralympic Associations, and a seamless support around games time, which makes a huge difference to outperforming at games time. And thirdly, another tactic in this area might be enabling qualification. I know how difficult it is to qualify through the national trials in Jamaica to win through to a games place. But are there ways, and some countries are very good at this, at smoothing the path to qualification, to giving your best athletes, using data, using know-how of coaches and administrators to plot a path to qualification that allows your best athletes to have the best chance of qualifying and winning medals and having success. And lastly, how you do things is important. In the UK, culture is talked about a lot in sport. And culture for me is behaviours, it's how we do things around here. And I was fascinated last time I was out spending some time with the CPL and asking what a taloa was. And that type of philosophy is something that perhaps can coalesce around sport as well, and help a nation to, this is the way we do things in order to inspire performances and support performances. So some things we've explored, which I'm happy to go into more detail as we discuss it in a minute, but establishing why it's important for the country. What does good look like? Where are you now in terms of reviewing your current landscape and performances and putting in a tangible plan, a workable plan that's focused your resources to reaching those goals? I'm going to indulge myself a little bit here and just maybe finish with a little fairy tale story. And that goes, once upon a time, Jamaica was a powerhouse in Olympic athletics, dominating sprints events and inspiring generations of athletes. Every day, the nation's youth dreamed of following the footsteps of legends like Usain Bolt, Shelley-Ann Fraser-Pryce, winning gold medals and bringing glory to their country. Then one day, Jamaica experienced its worst Olympic performance in over 20 years, failing to qualify for the men's 4x1 relay final for the first time in 2 decades and winning only a single sprint medal. Because of that, the sports administrators realised that their sporting infrastructure was crumbling and the need to implement a strategic approach to revitalise Jamaica's athletic prowess and inspire the nation. Because of that, they implemented a comprehensive plan focusing on identifying and nurturing Olympic medal winning prospects and bolstering the sporting infrastructure. Until finally, Jamaica achieved a top 20 placing at the LA Olympics, winning 15 medals across 3 sports, which alongside winning a bid to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games, assured Jamaica's sporting legacy, engaging the entire population in physical activity and boosting the country's economy through sports tourism and an enhanced international reputation. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak at the symposium today and to listen to the other speakers. Really a privilege, and happy to join Dr. Stokes in any questions or discussion to follow.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranson. In case you're just joining us on the YouTube channel, so far we have had 2 really interesting and thought-provoking presentations. First, from, well, of course, this session is under the theme Sports Administration in Jamaica, Fit for Purpose, ? Dr. Stokes spoke on the state of sports administration in Jamaica, and that was sweetly followed up by Dr. Ranson on best practices in sports administration in Jamaica. Of course, the aim, the objective of this session is to look at ways that we can move sport forward in Jamaica from a strategic, administrative, and business perspective. And hopefully we'll get comments and views so we can form a collective recommendation. It's grunt work, but it's work that is very important that we do. As we said at the top, Jamaica continues to do really well in sports, in the traditional and the non-traditional sport, but we have always lagged behind where administration and governance is concerned. And it's very important that we accept this and move forward, so that's what we want to do here. Still inviting people to send in their questions. What we're going to do now is I'm checking on the chat to see if we have had any fresh questions. No fresh questions now. There's somebody who wanted to have. Oh, well, Dr. Ranson, there's actually a question for you. Do you want to take it now or just go to the next set of speakers? Someone is, no, I think, you know what? I think we're going to hold this one and then we're going to go to the other set of speakers and then we come back to these questions. Is that okay with you?
That might be okay, Karen, but I will have to leave in about half an hour's
Okay, well,
time.
don't leave. Let me give you the question then. Someone is asking, a journalist in Jamaica, Daniel Blake, is asking, well, a major topic in Jamaica has been overworking of young athletes at the high school level. How do coaches better monitor this workload and prevent long-term damage? Of course, you know our history with Boys and Girls Championship is a fantastic product, but that has always been one of the concerns that the young athletes who are still in their development stages are being overworked. Are there any recommendations that you would give towards this?
Yeah, it's a worldwide problem actually, and one, you know, I have teenage children myself, and there's so much opportunity to participate now. Managing that is really difficult. But you know, some sports, again, this is around, you know, good solid administration and policy. You know, there are some sports in the UK now, in particular, and in Australia, where, for example, in cricket, in bowling workload management, we know that if you have a really high or spikes in your bowling workload in cricket, much more likely to get injury like stress fractures in your back. So there are scientifically backed, again, going back to research, which say, you know, optimum levels of workload which allow you to continue to perform in development, but with mitigating that risk of injury. But again, that relies on being able to have good systems to track workloads and development programs. So one of the things that, you know, all the funded athletes within the UK, which are our Olympic and Paralympic athletes, is around 1,200 of those. And they're probably just above that pathway level, but they have an individual athlete plan where the coach will sit down with the athlete and the support staff and agree the training program that's going to allow that athlete to develop optimally, but also have the best chance of success without getting injured and staying on the training track. And having those systems and those, and again, it goes back to systems. Again, Dr. Stokes was talking about shared services. Some of the shared services that are available in the UK are around IT and data. So we have a health surveillance system that goes across all 50 sports, all 1,200 athletes, and they all input to the same system. So we can monitor workload, we can monitor injuries and help to support sports that way, rather than every single sport having to have their own IT system, their own medical record system, their own workload management system. And there are some very good ones now that are relatively off the shelf, which you can buy. And, you know, countries like Wales in the UK, Scotland have done that, where they can use those athlete management systems across all sports and all athletes to take advantage of those economies of scale, not rely on every sport having to do that themselves. So again, it goes back to good planning, good data collection, good administration of that, and that feedback of the insight back to the coach and athlete, so that they can have that consensual agreement about what the program is going to look like and why it's designed that way. But it is very, very difficult with so many opportunities and so many sports with kids to do that well. Education of coaches, education of parents in particular who want to push their kids to be successful is another big factor in that, and giving them the opportunity to say 15's not the peak, 15's your opportunity to be learning and to be gaining experience, but there's something else, there's some other vision for them to be aspiring to, is also another important aspect of that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranson. We have a follow-up to that, and since you have to leave, we're just going to take the question. So, Dr. Ranson, now, the data-based approach is very rare in Jamaica. You might have heard that. How do we grow that culture here, knowing our lack of resources as well as a lack of expertise?
Yeah, I think technology is our friend here with this, because I bet you most of the athletes in Jamaica have a smartphone, and that's pretty much all you need nowadays. So the systems are available through apps, and it's actually really good if the athletes can be responsible for collecting their data. So for an example, one that we use in the UK is an athlete reporting system. On the athlete's phone, they can record, how well they slept, how well training went yesterday, whether they've got any current injuries or not, and what they did in their training session. And the athletes are responsible for recording that, and it gets recorded then in a central database, which then can be analyzed almost automatically and fed back to them and their coaches. So it doesn't take, nowadays, we're lucky with the new technology and systems that you don't need lots of IT and data brains and power to do that. The systems are available through smartphones, through cloud servers that are relatively cheap to buy, that can be bought off the shelf, that can be utilized by athletes and coaches anywhere in the world.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranson. We do appreciate your time. Still working on ways, hopefully, that we can send you some warmth, but I think it's going to get steadily worse going forward. But thank you for your time. And of course, I'm sure that if there are more questions that participants on the chat need, on the stream need, I'm sure that the faculty will be only too pleased to send those questions to you.
Yeah, very happy to do that. And I look forward to listening in to the rest of the symposium over the weekend.
Don't run off yet though, because I have one more. Dr. Ranson, how does UK sports coordinate the different sports associations to ensure the coordinated development of the sports? That's from Diane Edwards on the YouTube stream.
Yeah, I mean, it is a complex system in the UK, but we're very lucky to have a funding body that is very strategic in UK sport. So as I mentioned now, there are 50 sports which are considered what we call world-class programs. So they're sports that generally have the potential or a track record in winning Olympic or Paralympic medals. And they will put in funding applications right about now over the last few months into UK sport to put a case forward for what resources they need to sustain that success. And they're evaluated by UK sport and then agreed with the sports. And again, they will each have their 4-year strategies to do that. But again, they're not just those performance strategies. As Dr. Stokes was saying, they have to meet a sports code for governance in order to receive that funding. They have to be able to show that they have good organizational health in order to receive that funding. So it's not just the fact that they've got opportunities to win medals. They have to have healthy organizations and to be able to evidence that. And not only evidence it, but the good thing about our system, I suppose, is there is support to be able to achieve that. So UK Sport, the UK Sports Institute, the national governing bodies of those world-class programs have the resources to be able to support that. Funnily enough, we are looking at the same things that Dr. Stokes was mentioning in terms of bringing multiple smaller, especially our smaller sports, are much probably dissimilar to some of the developing sports in Jamaica, where they have maybe one CMO, someone CEO, and that's it. And they're running the finance department, the HR department, the IT department. And can we look at bringing multiple sports together and having one back office which serves all of those? Australia's got a really good example of that within their combat sports. They've got 5 combat sports that share an infrastructure and organizational health and organizational support. So again, I think that's potentially one for Jamaica could really look at in trying to centralize their support and their administrative and business support for those smaller sports, and even some of the larger sports who would benefit from that.
Thank you. We have another, apparently you're in demand right now. HP Chat Track Studio is asking, the major issue we have in Jamaica is the lack of athlete support as it relates to a voice for the athlete. How can the sport administrations ensure more athlete support to handle this?
Yeah, I mean, it is a really difficult one. In terms of support, are we talking about coaching support or science and medicine support? Is it clear in the question there?
Well, the person mentioned as it relates to a voice. So I suppose being able to articulate issues that affect them personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And again, that is topical in lots of places around the world. Some examples are For example, in Australia, they have an athlete welfare strategy, which has athlete welfare officers who are assigned to each sport, and they are independent of the performance arm of the sport. So they offer services to the athletes, for example, around finances and around careers and around education. But they also have a very good function in being able to be a listening ear for the athletes for things that they don't particularly want to bring up with their coach or performance director, because they might fear that it might compromise their selection, for example. Now, usually it won't, and coaches are brilliant and great, and they would welcome those conversations, but sometimes the athlete feels like they want to bring that through an independent voice. So those athlete welfare officers, one way. In the UK, an organisation that's developing quickly is the British Elite Athletes Association, almost like a union for athletes. Again, they can get mental health support through that. They can get advice on selection, deselection through that. So having those, again, systematic resources to be able to give those athletes a voice which is independent and won't affect their selection and won't be seen to be, oh, I've got this challenge at home, and the coach thinking, oh, that's going to affect your performance, and having that independent voice they can go to for support.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranson. I'm not seeing any more questions here, but if you can stay with us for a few more minutes, that would be great. But if you have to leave, then thanks again for joining us. So we're going to step. Thank you. Now the next session is on key lessons for Jamaica's sports management structure or framework, and we have some very exciting people to join us here. Now I'm not sure, did Mr. Forbes join? Mr. Ian Forbes, Vice President of the J3As, supposed to be in this session. We also have the Honorable Glenn Mills, CEO and head coach of Racers Grand Prix, the guru, as I like to refer to him. We also have Ms. Florette Blackwood, Senior Director in the Sports Ministry. Mr. David Riley, who is CEO of Techniques Lab Sports Performance and the Fitness Center, and of course, experienced track and field coach. So of course, we have people who are in the trenches, so to speak, in this next session. If Mr. Forbes is here, then he starts the ball. I'm not seeing Mr. Forbes. He was having some issues. I gather he had been called into a meeting. Let's go to the guru, Mr. Glenn Mills. The Honorable Glenn Mills, CEO and head coach of Racers Grand Prix, of Racers Track Club, rather. Over to you, Sir Mills. You're still on mute, Sir Mills.
Thank you very much. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Right. Good morning, everyone. I've been enjoying the presentation so far. Very outstanding. And I must commend both Craig and Dr. Stokes on excellent presentation. In Dr. Stokes' presentation, he touched on the very critical points, and I don't want to repeat them. So what I am going to do is to be very singular in my approach based on my experience as it relates to the sports that I am involved in. In terms of the lessons being learned from the sporting structure that we have, enough attention is not being paid to the development and growth of the sport. Now, the recent Olympics indicate to us that we have serious weakness in what appears to be on the surface a very successful program. I also read the editorial in the Gleaner September 8th with an interview with David Riley, who was in charge of the junior program, in which he expressed his concern about the preparation and readiness of the athletes who went to the meet. Now, I make this point to say this, that One of the major problems with the management structure of most associations is that there is not a professional administrator who is experienced in sports administration. A lot of most of the members are experts in their own fields. And as Dr. Stokes mentioned, that are able to get the votes to be elected to the executive to run the sport. But the sport has evolved far more than what it used to be 20, 30 years ago. And therefore, it requires a more professional and trained approach in running the sport, which in the case of track and field is in international, we have international status of the highest level. And unfortunately, our administrative structure has lagged behind in the way we do things and the interaction with the persons who are involved at the ground level, like the coaches, etc. There is definitely a big disconnect between the administration and the programs that are there and the people who are involved at the ground. And we are beginning to see the cracks opening. It is not by accident that for the first time in 24 years, we never had a relay medal, and we were not represented in the finals in I think 2 or 3 of them. If we go back to the Eugene World Championship, where we lost the women's 4x1, despite having 6 of the fastest women in the world at the time, it was a signal, as far as I'm concerned, and I point that out, but not much attention, that something is wrong with our structure as it relates to the central planning and preparation. Individually, we have done very well, and we find that because of this, we do not pay attention to the glaring weaknesses that are knocking at the door until it catches up with us. And we have to pay attention to what happened in Paris and what happened in the recent World Juniors, because they are showing the cracks and the symptoms that exist that needs urgent attention if we do not intend to fall into the quagmire that the West Indies cricket has gotten itself into as a world dominant player. I remember as a youngster when I used to listen to the cricket, and it was as if West Indies was unbeatable in any form of the sport, and they had a tremendous long reign, but no, I don't think any attention was being paid to the weakness of what was needed for the continuity to perform at a high level. Although you will not win every time, but at least you should be able to compete at the highest level with a certain standard. So I have not heard any attempt to have a commission of inquiry, or whatever you want to call it, into what were the problems and what are the causes of such a dramatic drop in our medal earnings. As Craig pointed out in his presentation, the standard that we have been able to maintain for several decades, and this sudden drop requires attention. Now, one of the major problem, because if we listen, Stephen Francis, myself, and a number of players in the game. I've been pointing out and been crying out for things to be attended to, but it has been falling on deaf ears, and especially a couple of interviews that I've listened with Stephen Francis. A number of the things he pointed out years ago is now beginning to affect us significantly. So what do we need to do? We need to have the administration look at itself, probably do an administrative audit, if there's such a thing, to identify what are the problems that exist and how are we going to tackle them, because we cannot continue going into world competition and expect that we are going to get the kind of results that we need if we do not correct our current approach. There needs to be a greater interworking relationship or connectivity between the coaches, the club administrators, who are the persons on the ground involved in working with the athletes, and whatever campaign or program to earn additional medals or increase performance, they have to be a major part in whatever planning and program that is going to be developed. Too often, the executives of these associations do not involve the membership in their day-to-day work and planning. Yes, they are the executive body and they must lead, but you cannot have that disconnect, because then you will not have the kind of cooperation and unity of purpose that is necessary for success. We also need to look at the way the finances. We can't depend, sports like athletics, who have international reach and appeal, should not rely too heavily on the local funding, because in the case of athletics, it does have the necessary appeal to get significant international sponsorship. And as a matter of fact, at up to 75 or 80% of its funding can come from international earnings. We have dropped the ball over the years, because outside of the United States of America, Jamaica is the only country who has ever had the fastest man and woman in the world for a significant period of 10 to 12 years. And in terms of what that funding means from international source, would be significant enough to fund the athletic program in a massive way. And we need to look at how we market the sport, how we exploit the kind of funding that can be earned from the sport, so that we can have greater programs locally that will certainly allow us to continue to perform at the dominant level that we have been doing. The talent is there. If you go to the boys and girls champs every year, you will see that a significant amount of boys and girls who demonstrate the kind of talent that could be developed to world-class level. But in the absence of any proper concrete program in terms of taking care of these outstanding youngsters, we are going to suffer significant depletion as to those who are able to continue. For example, a large number of athletes finished the year, the junior athletes, injured. Now, those who are injured, most schools, once track and field season is over, that's it. And a lot of them might not have the financial funding to take care of these athletes who are injured after the championship. There needs to be a program that those athletes are able to get the proper treatment so that those injuries do not become a major hurdle as they grow up and into their professional lives. I can attest to that because I have quite a number of sprinters, young sprinters coming out of the system who are injured. And when taken to the medical, the injuries are injuries that are years old that have not been properly dealt with, serious scar tissue issues and so on and so forth. The same exists because after they come back from international competition with injuries, they are left on their own. And there's no structure that will follow up to see to it that they get the treatment and the rehab that is necessary to get them healthy. Now, these might sound minute or incidental, but it goes to the heart of the resources that is going to be looking to get the medals in 4 years' times, etc. And if we do not put these things in place, then we are going to have less and less stars emerging from the system. The system is broke because for the first time, the top clubs did not get the huge medal haul that they're accustomed to. And as a result, there's a significant fall, despite the fact that the team was able to do exceptionally well in areas that they normally was not traditionally strong in. And we need to fix it, and we need to fix it urgently.
Thank you very much. That was the Honorable Glenn Mills, the CEO and head coach at the Racers Track Club. Thank you very much. And now we move swiftly to Ms. Florette Blackwood, Senior Director in the Sports Ministry. Ms. Blackwood.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Florette Blackwood, and I am the Senior Strategist for Sport in the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. I just wanted first to say thanks for inviting me as the ministry's rep to be a participant in this very important event. Much has already been said, and to some extent, the design and roadmap have been outlined in the discourse so far, as mentioned by Dr. Stokes, Honorable Glenn Mills, and also our other speaker, Mr. Craig Ransom. Now, most of the emphasis, except maybe for Dr. Stokes, have been primarily so on competitive sport. I would like to, as a government employee and representative, I would like to broaden the discussion to look more at the issue of policy, because my ministry, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, and Sport, is a policy ministry. But before I get there, there have been so many important matters addressed. So I would probably like to start with my conclusion rather than where I intended to start, just to follow up on some of the critical discussions. It won't prevent me, probably will be better couched if I start with my conclusion. I would like to very quickly address the issue of coordination and administration of sport. Just to say that the coordination and administration of sport in Jamaica is a decentralized endeavor. Sport is organized and administered by 6 main categories of organization. The government ministries, agencies, and departments, not just the Ministry of Sport, the Jamaica Anti-Doping Commission, which is an independent body, though funded by the government of Jamaica. Then you have educational and other institutions that are involved in administration. There are the national sports associations and federations, some of which are linked to private clubs, and you have community groups, and you have sponsors that are also actively involved in sport administration. The ministry with responsibility for sport is the leading ministry. The national sports federations are autonomous bodies that manage the delivery of their sport discipline, though supported, even though may not be considered significantly, by funding from the government through the Sports Development Foundation. If we look at the examination of sport governing structure in Jamaica from both the contemporary and historical perspectives, what we will see is that there are several challenges and issues, many of which were mentioned. And my view is that if left unresolved, and many of them are unresolved, they will continue to impede the effective development and management of the sports sector, which is the case now. The state of the governance system in some respect mirrors the state of other sectors of national development. This certainly poses challenges beyond sport. Nonetheless, it is one that needs to be addressed in our endeavor of sport to build a sustainable society that will advance the cause of a modern Jamaica. The growth in the sports sector has been very uneven, and despite what seemed to be an integrated policy structure at the government level, the implementation of this system depends on a vast network of stakeholders operating at different levels of decision-making and interests. The sports system in existence has not been modernized, and the structure that we have maintained is based to some extent on the pre-independence tradition. Many of the national sports associations and federations seemingly operate or function primarily as self-regulatory bodies in an environment of informality and loose structure, but with expectations of professional results. This is occurring in a context where modern sport is referred to as a multi-billion-dollar global industry. The strengthening of the governance system requires that modern institutional arrangements be introduced with clearly defined relationships and standards, and with expectations identified for respective stakeholders. The sport industry is very dynamic and complex. It requires the commitment of stakeholders to be visionary and bold, using all the necessary tools available in the journey to build a modern sports industry in Jamaica. Having stated all of that, I would like to begin to look more closely at the sports policy and also how we proceed on this journey for sports, in terms of sports for the future in Jamaica. First of all, it is very important that if we are going to look at sports, we have to look in terms of what is our views and our, what I would consider or enlightened view of sport. Sport has always occupied a central position in Jamaica's national development and continues to be a transformative force in Jamaica as a nation state, even though the investment in sport does not seem to be commensurate with this viewpoint. And throughout my discussion, you will notice that I refer to the word disinvestment a lot. However, what I want to say though is that as we look at the issue at hand, key lessons in the area of sports development and sports management structure and also framework, I would like to say that we should look at what exists. Once we have determined that we have an enlightened view of sport and how we can use, how we can influence this view in terms of vision and mission of using sport to build a strong and proud nation. So from that perspective, my approach is more broad-based. We have to be very deliberate in policy making and in the articulation of strategic goals and approaches, which is supporting Dr. Stokes' view. From a national perspective, I believe that there exists a framework. The National Development Goals provide us with a basic framework, and within that, there are specific outcomes to which sport development is directly linked. Outcome number 4 speaks to a healthy and stable population. Outcome number 4 speaks to an authentic and transformational culture. Outcome number 5, security and safety. And outcome number 12, internationally competitive industry structures. A natural follow-on to the establishment of this development framework is the need for parallel planning to integrate strategies for assessment, measurement, and determination of the impact of sport and sports-related policies and programs upon development in Jamaica. There's a popular saying accredited to Edward Deming, a legendary engineer, in fact, and he reminds us that without data, you're just another person with an opinion. Without insight into data, people make decisions based on instinct, speculation, or prevalent theory. People are at risk, therefore, in acting on biases or false assumptions. And with this type of strategic approach, which would involve using results-based management, sport then can be used as an important development tool and would be better positioned to effectuate greater advocacy for requisite investment to facilitate the desired national development goals. In Jamaica, which I'm not sure many persons realize or know or remember, there is a results management and monitoring framework for sport. And this provides a platform for results-based management and evidence-based planning and investment and execution within the sports sector. This was actually developed with the lead of the Ministry of Sport, responsible for sport, in collaboration with the PIOJ and technical assistance from the Commonwealth Secretariat. Central to this process was the participation and input of most sports stakeholders, including government ministries, departments and agencies, sports federations, universities and colleges, and other selected groups. And this is linked to our national development goals and is considered a component of the whole of government approach in terms of integration of policy development. However, to effectively execute for the desired impact, there must be the investment to establish the pertinent institutional systems and organizational structures through reform and reimagining of the sector. There have been significant strides and advancements in programs implemented through sports and physical activities. However, research conducted many years ago reference to contribution of sport to employment and to GDP. We hear about the impact of sports on tourism. However, again, this approach to sports is not being implemented in terms of using data and evidence-based information to be able to compete effectively in an environment of scarce resources. And we must therefore revisit our approach to sport development if we are going to use sports as a vehicle of influence and change. This must drive the agenda in terms of how we measure the impact of sport in Jamaica. We must have the foresight to acknowledge and exploit the benefits sports can offer as a powerful tool of participation, of engagement, to further democratize access to education, promote inclusivity. Sports can be a vehicle to reduce poverty, contribute to elimination of the apathy that has taken a stronghold in our nation. Protection of the environment for and through sport must be our mission. The use of sport to achieve non-sport outcomes is not a new phenomenon. There is a gap, however, in articulating, assessing, documenting the evidence, and formally integrating these strategies, not only at the level of policy, but also within our programs. None of this, what I've said, is new. We are all familiar with using sports not only for competitive performance, but traditionally, Jamaica has used sports events by government and civil society groups as vehicle to mobilize communities for action, bringing groups together in conflict as intervention to bring about social change. In other words, sports is widely used to create developmental outcomes in social institutions such as education, health and wellness, peace building, community and youth development, and to stimulate community economy and boost tourism. Now, if we understand this and accept, then we need to act. The fact that sports has been used as a cross-cutting tool that can influence outcomes at all levels, the individual, community, and national levels. Now, it is my view then that I will go back to the discussion that unless we place ourselves in a position to reimagine sport and implement the necessary national reform within the institutional system, it is not likely that much of what we have said is likely to change in the next 60 years. In terms of the issue of infrastructure, in the greetings referred to this morning, reference was made to aging infrastructure. The stadium is over 60 years old. We have physical infrastructure facilities in almost all the parishes, but I am definitely not young, and I would say that most of them are older than I am. And so what we really need to do, if we want to see the growth of sports from a competitive perspective, as well as the socio-economic tool to build Jamaica, which it has done. Sports has played an important transformative role in nation building. It has played a critical role in education, in career mobilization. We can identify so many of our great Jamaicans of the past and currently who can attribute their success through scholarships, academic scholarships, and other ways. Many of our businesses can attribute much success to sport. Yet, we have very few sport enterprises, business enterprises in Jamaica. Why is this so? And there are some excellent programs that we have, both at the government level, in the private sector, at the level of civil society. For example, Jamaica is one, if not the only developing country or middle income country that has a national health program for its athletes, and one that is very attractive. Jamaica also has other programs that others are now looking at actually studying, looking at them, and are now implementing. So the question is that we have examples, best practices that others are utilizing, but most of the work that we do, except for the national policy, not the national health plan, and also even in terms of our anti-doping program, which is respected throughout the world, we find that many of what we have is still on a small scale level, little replication, little duplication. But we are not able to do that on a large scale unless we create the kinds of reform that are critical and necessary for sport to grow. And what we are seeing that we are not completely comfortable with are just symptomatic of a much larger challenge that we have, and which is not likely to go away unless we seriously, immediately look at critical reforms and modernization and professionalization of sport in Jamaica to take advantage of what exists now in terms of a modern sport industry worldwide. Just to conclude, as was mentioned also earlier, that during COVID technology within sport development, it is critical in that area. It has also given us an opportunity to revisit, to renew, as I said also, to reimagine sport as a very critical driver for national development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blackwood, for your presentation. We have a number of questions coming in, which we are going to take after the next presentation, which comes from Mr. David Riley, the CEO of Techniques Sports Performance and Fitness Center, and of course, experienced track and field coach. It's over to you, Coach Riley.
Thank you, Karen. It's good seeing you again.
Same.
The issue at hand is a very important issue for us to grapple with and for us to indeed take some time to look at. And I must commend the department for this effort. But as we talk about the key lessons for Jamaica in sports management structure and the framework, a key part of it is knowing what exactly you're trying to manage. What is it that you're trying? Who are the people that you're trying to manage? And I think that to an extent is where some of the challenges are. We have a lot of interest groups, and we have persons who speak very loudly and clearly about their own interests. And many a time, those interests tend to be presented in a conflicting manner, when in fact, there shouldn't be any conflict. We must understand the uniqueness of the various players within the industry and the different levels. And then we try and make sure we solve as many of the problems associated with that level, not in any way having the other levels to not have what they need. So what we've learned from the research is that peak performance in track and field happens within the age 25, 26 years old, and it varies depending on the events. But it means that an individual is not going to reach their peak performance until they get to that stage in terms of their age. So a key part of what we have to do in terms of our management and the structures that we put in place is to make sure persons last long enough in the sport that they get to those years when the research shows that they're more likely to be delivering or being able to deliver their peak performance. And part of it has to do with the skills that are required for each event and the mastery that leads to certain level of performances. So when you master the skill, and it takes years of mastering some of the skills, then you begin to see the high level performances that, you know, world records, era records, national records, and so on. So we must have an environment where we encourage and facilitate a longer participation in the sport so that persons get to that point. So we don't want individuals to be exiting the sport before they get to those age. You know, so an individual exiting at 19 and 20 and 21, they would not have gotten to that point where they would be the best version of themselves. So that's one thing. So we have to make sure that our strategies and the systems in place help to protect and preserve the athlete so that they get to that point. And we have to make sure that those are deliberate. It's not accidental. Individual sport, yes, but predominantly. So everything must be customized to the individual, but we have to make sure that the conflicts are not the things that become the focus of our efforts. Development also must take place before you get to peak performance. And development requires a different strategy than the performances at peak age. And we have to make sure that we are addressing the developmental issues and developmental environment and not thinking that all our efforts need to be focused on the elite performance environment. So the concepts and the issues related to the developmental level are also important assignments that we must strike this balance. And I have to deal with this on a regular basis. I mean, I coach at the under 20 level predominantly. And so we have to teach the skills, and we have to almost teach every single thing that is required to do for an athlete is required to do in terms of their event. And many times you, as a coach, you have to balance, do I really, I mean, this person looks like they're going to need a lot more effort. You know, and chances a few months away. Should I just cut my losses here and focus on just the athletes who already have a certain level of skill, and then, you know, try and get them to improve? But of course, that might be a solution in the short term. And you need to be concerned about your long term. So you have to keep all the people who are there. You're balancing teaching the skills with balancing the performance that's required to get you the points and so on. So it's a very important thing. And we have to make sure that we're not focused only on the high performance within the sport, and make sure that our strategies include and cater to all persons. And this leads to the concept of the ecosystem, right? I might be one of the few persons that talk about this ecosystem that's involved in the sport. And the ecosystem is best, I guess it's an easy way for me to explain it, would be that, two athletes, a real situation, an athlete is, he joins the team, and he is not very talented, not doing much, not making much progress, but he's there consistently. Turns out that he has a friend who somehow, before the kid joined the team, the friend, they used to go home together. So now he's staying back after school as an extracurricular activity, and he's pursuing track and field. Now the friend finds that he's going home by himself. He's like, I don't want to go home by myself. So I'm going to join the team as well. So the friend joins the team just because his friend is there. He doesn't want to go home early. It turns out that the second kid who joined the team is the one with the talent. And he comes and he makes great progress. He makes a team and he goes to champs and he scores and does very well. So when you think about how people get involved in the sport, how they get introduced to the sport, how they get attached to it, the reasons why they get involved, you understand that there is this link between players that we have to make sure we're also protecting, also preserving, because we would have never had the benefit of the second kid if the first kid didn't join. And if you terminated his involvement because he didn't seem to have any skill, you would have not gotten the athlete who actually has. So I have to be careful. We're talking about this ecosystem. Many other persons and I challenge some of my coaches as well, that they should never cut the nerd from the team. The nerd is the one who might very well help to develop the code, to solve the issues, and help to do the timing. You need people who are attached to the sport, engaged in the sport at a high level, persons who would help to solve some of the tract and consolidate, really just to get more people involved, because you need a wide range of skill sets to grow the sport, to manage a sport, to sustain the sport. Many of the challenges that we might have with funding is because the person who controls the accounts at the large corporation never was involved in sport. They have no real interest, no experience, and maybe they were involved at the high school level, running and jumping and throwing, trying out and falling in love with the sport. It'd be easier for them to sign that check to sponsor the various competitions. So we have to think about that as well. The key lesson is also to assist each person to find their place in the sport. There's so many different components and so many different things that, so many different events helping persons to find their place. And a lot of persons who do road racing and running and recreation don't even realize that they're part of the sport of track and field. And it is athletics. Athletics involves running and racing. All these people doing fun runs, you're part of the sport, the same sport where they're running on the track and jumping in the pit. And it's the same sport, and really helping people to find their place in the sport. You might not be fast. The speed might be a bigger requirement for a short sprint, but maybe you have agility, maybe you have power, maybe you have endurance, which other events would lend themselves to. So helping people to find their place in the sport. I also talk a lot about one of the key strategies is really helping to define or create these elite programs. And elite programs are the ones who would have a lot of funding and would be highly motivated to sustain and continue the investment in the sport. And there are three things that I always tell are important components of an elite program. One, you need to be producing. So you're not an elite program if you're not producing. If we're not seeing athletes being, performances coming out year over year, that's not production. And I talk a lot about the analogy of somebody who runs a bag juice factory. And, if every time they press the power on button for that assembly line and only one good bag juice comes off the line, would you say they're producing? And the answer is no. If the waste is too high, you're not producing. If you're not able to reproduce the performance in spite of the environment, that's not evidence of production. So we need to see production. And then even though we're seeing production, the other component that we need to be able to protect and preserve the athlete. So if all the time the athletes are injured and the season ends, as Glenn Mills mentioned earlier, at the end of the season, all the athletes are injured and so on, and they're banged up, they can't move on. That's not a good component. That's not evidence of an elite program. An elite program not just involves production, but it must also involve preserving and protecting the athletes. And many times protecting the athlete is really sometimes protecting them from themselves. You know, they're so motivated and driven, and they're pushing themselves to the limit. Much of it might very well be their own actions. Person doing stuff outside of the training environment, thinking that more is better. Having that relationship and working with them for them to know that that is not what you want them to do as a coach, as a developer. And then the third component is that you must promote them to the next level. It should be that at the end of their tour of duty in this under-20 environment, that they hang up their spikes and say, that's it. I'm not running another 800. I'm not throwing another ball. They're so frustrated. They're not interested in moving on now. Evidence of the elite program would be that they want to continue. And they want to continue because the peak years for performance, as I mentioned earlier, 25, 26 years old. So those three things are also part of what we must have as our key sports management structure. We must get a lot more local research. I'm tired of really hearing of research being done by persons outside of Jamaica. We seem to have more interest from people outside of Jamaica than those who are within our borders. We have access to the athletes, we have access to the training environments. We need to promote more research so that we can understand what the factors are so we can replicate the performances and avoid some of the pitfalls in terms of the issues related to the failed development. We have to move away from the gut feelings and the speculation as basis for our decision making, and use the data. You know, as was mentioned in the previous presenter, we must make decisions that are data driven. And I say it also because we came back from Peru for the under 20, a few weeks ago, and we came back with 5 medals, 4 golds and a bronze. And it turns out that was the second best medal haul in the history of Jamaica at the championships. So we'd have never known that if we had not looked at it. In terms of the quality of medals, we're saying, 5 medals, but it was a second best. I would have never realized that if we had not looked at the data and do the comparison. And that sometimes tend to be what affects some of the decisions. People think, it's 5 medals, we didn't get the 12 that we normally get, or the 16, and so we failed. We're not doing anything, and then we're not making any progress, and all these people should go, and all this. When we look at the data, we might find that we might come away with a different interpretation. So the last thing I said before I close is that the need to balance the interests of the various groups. No group is more important than the other. Our elite athletes are not more important than our under 20s, they're not more important than the under 15s, they're not more important than the under 12s. All of the players within the sport are important. There is this conveyor belt of development. We can't have elite athletes if we don't have athletes who are emerging. We can't have emerging athletes if we don't have coaches at the under 12 level teaching the skills. So we need to make sure that while we are promoting our various interests, that we're not promoting our various interests at the expense of another group. I think the balance is more important than anything else, and our strategy has to include a balance, making sure that all the various players get what they need to be at their best, and we support all groups that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach Riley, and thank you to all our presenters. As I said, we have several questions coming in, and some questions, I'm going to pose the questions to the people that the questioners asked to respond. I'm going to ask you to be as succinct as you possibly can be because you're just running out of time. If, however, a question has been posed to someone else and somebody else has a thought to add, feel free to do so as well. So, Dr. Stokes, you have back-to-back questions. The first one comes from Michael Hall, and he says, assuming we get there, would it be sensible to have two branches of the National Sports Council to address the objectives of the elite performance strategy versus the healthy nation strategy? So I'm going to allow you to take that, and then I'll pick up the next question.
Apologies. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if this is my friend Michael Hall from Cricket and STF, but we'll find that out in a little while. So I think the purpose of the National Sport Council cannot be, in my estimation, to put athletes on the podium at an Olympic Games. That's not what we're talking about. The purpose of a National Sports Council is to use sport to develop the country. So you use sport, for example, I'm on the board at Monroe. I get a lot of complaints, Chris, you're spending too much time with the football team and so on. But I understand very clearly that especially when you're dealing with young men, sport as an instrument to teach discipline and teamwork and responsibility and resilience is far more effective than sitting in the classroom. So we have to open our minds when we think about what sport is. And the National Sport Council, I think, needs to focus on sport for the national development, both as a society, contribution to the economy, and so on. I don't want it to, and we have to hold on to those parts of the private enterprise that work well. So whereas the National Sports Council may, for example, recommend allocations of budgetary funding for those who do well and for those who have development programs, that is one thing, but I don't want them in the elite athlete development. All right, leave that in what I would call the private sector of sporting excellence. So I don't think it needs to be separated. And I do think that the Sports Council would have the kinds of persons who can handle a myriad of complex issues. But just to be clear, it is not their job to win a medal in LA. It's their job to use sport fully to develop Jamaica socially, economically, and culturally.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Stokes. As I said, there's another question for you, which comes from Dan Edwards. How does the ministry reconstitute the National Sports Council and gain the agreement of all the associations which do not report to the ministry?
Right. So, and again, thank you for that. And hopefully Florence is still on. She may have a view on it. But look, we're not talking about a difficult thing here, and it's not a great innovation, and we are not taking a risk with any high degree of possibility of disaster. It is something that you do and you get going. My recommendations remain that it is not a political body, that it has a wide range and Mr. Miller said something that is very important. As I go from one place to the other in sports administration, and one is surrounded by persons who have never been in a blocks or never kicked a football or never lifted a weight. Not to say that they don't have a contribution, but believe me, the sense of what it takes to make an athlete successful, to make an administration successful, to bridge the gap between athlete and administration. When you are the one in the back of the plane flying for 16 hours and then have to race, and then you are now the president, I promise you, you have a different perspective. All right. So I do believe that we need to bring in a range of people with the expertise and skills to get it done. I don't think, and I'll say this, that the Prime Minister should be chairman. It should not be in any way political. However, there must be a line for creation of budgets that goes into the Ministry of Finance that gets an allocation to support a particular plan. So that is where I am. But Diane, it's not, I mean, you have been in complex organizations. Let us not overthink this. It's a straightforward thing to do. The question is, why do we not have the will to just do it?
Thank you. As I said, even though the questions are being posed to specific people, if anybody else has a thought on a question, feel free to jump in here. I have another question. This one I'm going to put to Coach Riley. It comes from A. St. Clair Davis. What revisions, and Coach Riley, I know this is not a part of your presentation, but I just thought it would be interesting to hear your perspective. What revisions can be made to the process of electing the executive body and selecting staff to run the associations in order to ensure a more professional approach to sports administration?
I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer that question. But what I can say, though, is that a lot of our sporting bodies have people who are volunteers, part-time, and their effort in the association is really a part-time effort. But I find that whether it is a part-time effort, volunteer effort, or it's a salaried effort, if the individual does not function in their capacity, it doesn't get done. We have a lot of cases where individuals are salaried and the job is not being done. So I think the performance and the duties, the responsibilities, and having the checks and balances in place for persons to function in the areas that they have responsibilities for, that I think is the important thing that we need to make sure we emphasize regardless of what the association is, regardless of what the role is, we need persons to function based on what they have, their job function is. And that's what we need in every facility. Now, if in fact we have individuals in position who are incapable of, so they don't have the skill sets needed, then of course, you know, the issue would be that you have a lot of consultants. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that because you have the direct responsibility for a particular area that you must be the one who's fully equipped to do it. If you have budgets that can hire consultants and knowing what your limit is and bringing the right people to get the project done, then that is also a very good strategy. And you would be the person who's been managing that aspect of it. So I think that will be the approach that we need to insist on as we move forward.
Thank you. Ms. Blackwood, I see you wanted to make an intervention. Please go ahead.
Yes, I want to comment on two areas. One, the matter of a National Sports Council, and also the question posed to Mr. Riley. With regards to the National Sports Council, I see the National Sports Council as an instrument of coordination and also one area that can provide sort of general oversight and professional advice at the policy level. It may involve implementation of certain programs, but it is called in some countries the National Sports Council. In Jamaica, when the council was established, it was considered that was the name used as well. But irrespective of the name, that it is popularly the National Sports Council, but the council is not an operational, or should not be an operational instrument or strategy but one that looks more broadly in terms of the national policy and oversee the implementation of the national policy, giving the appropriate advice. And that the question about sports associations or federation, because it is considered at the national level, it would take into consideration national issues, not national interests, and would not be looking specifically at various programs. So I agree with Chris that it is an overarching advisory body that would direct the industry in and provide support in a particular way. In terms of the issue of the National Sports Association or bodies that manage and administer specific sporting disciplines or groups of disciplines, it is important that we move away. And as I indicated in my presentation, that traditionally we depended primarily on volunteerism, which is good and form the basis of most developed countries today. It is important for us to move away from the informal operations and more formalized systems of governance that will ensure greater levels of accountability, transparency, the effective management, business management, planning, and implementation using scientific approach. And that, I think, is part of the challenge that we face, that we have, well, there are cases whereby managers have the energy, they have the interest. The question is, do they have the skill set? Or is it that they are not appropriately placed based on their experience, their skill set, and their passion? But is it the passion alone, or do we need additional skills? Thank you.
Thank you as well. We do have some more questions for you. Did somebody else want to say something here? Right. We do have some more questions for you, Ms. Blackwood. We have a couple more questions. Custos Forbes, Ian Forbes, has now joined us. So I'm going to take a little break from the questions to go to him for his presentation. I see he has been relieved from his meeting of trustees. Please go ahead.
No, madam. It's just a matter of, well, I have to jump back out shortly. But I did hear the question. I've been doing double duties since this morning involving national duties. So let me apologize. But I heard the question from St. Clair Davis. And I just like to start by saying there needs to be a totally different mindset and a change in attitude to sport. It's no longer the favorite pastime. We know how huge this industry is. And when we speak about sports, we're talking about sports as we know it. And of course, there's esports as well, which is huge also. Gone are the days when a few friends would or should gather to hold an election. And John Brown says, no, I can't be bothered with it. Tom Stroke said, no. And all that's left is another member who says, okay, well, if you both won't do it, I'll do it. And I say, fine, go with it. 6 months down the road, he's not performing. And the same ones and others are cursing him out for doing a poor job. Gone are those days. We need to be intentional. As I said, there needs to be a mindset, and we need to raise the bar as our athletes have done in terms of having the administration and the administrators keeping pace, at least trying to keep ahead of them in terms of we professionalize sport and treat it seriously. So there has to be a huge mindset. Of course, there's also the issue of the constitution, various constitutions. And with respect to this, earlier presenters, because I would have been in and out, would have spoken to the support needed for particularly some of the fledgling associations with the various services, financial and other services, to assist them in their daily activities and helping to professionalize the various bodies. So these are some of the things which have to be dealt with. And of course, at the forefront, there just have to be a change in mindset and the will to have it done. If the will isn't there, it will never succeed. So moving forward, I think we need to have a totally different mindset and attitude towards sport, treating it as seriously as it should be treated, and ensuring that we try to raise the bar and we help those who are behind to pretty much come up to speed by offering them support services and having a body who would pretty much coordinate the activities and ensure that the requisite support is given to guarantee success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Forbes, and we do appreciate you, you jumping in at this time, and feel free to jump back in whenever you are able to take a break from national duties. Thank you.
I'll try to.
Okay, then. Okay, so we have another question. This one is for Coach Mills as well as Dr. Stokes from HP Chat Track Studio. What kind of system would you suggest we initiate to preserve our raw culture, raw talent for a sustainable continuation of Jamaica's rich track and field legacy? Let me read that again. What kind of system would you suggest we initiate to preserve our raw talent for a sustainable continuation of Jamaica's rich track and field legacy? First, Coach Mills' thoughts, then Dr. Stokes.
Okay, that's a very good question that requires significant in-depth response. However, it is my personal belief that all these requirements has got to be driven by a central force. There has to be a force that is in charge of organizing the whole process. And I think that responsibility falls right in the lap of the Jamaica Administrative Athletic Association. They should provide the leadership, and in so doing, draw from all the available expertise that is involved in the field. And after a series of consultations and so on, we would be able to identify what would be the best way to preserve our continuity of development. I don't think it's any one person have the solution. I think that if we do, as Mr. Riley says, we got to pay attention to data, we got to pay attention to what our heritage is and our practices and so on. And in doing all of that, we will see what we have been doing right, what we're doing wrong, and where we're going off the rails and where we need to make significant changes, and also to keep up with the changing world and technology that is going on. One of our biggest weakness is that I don't think that we are making enough use of technology. We should be able to know who are our top 50 or 100 talent in each event, everything about their bio, etc., and so on. We need the data and the information, the coaches, the programs that are successful in specific areas, because track and field is a multi-event sport. And so from all the data that we gather and how we've been operating, we'll be able to chart, I would think, a good program that would develop us in continuity. But as I pointed out before, there is too much what I would call protectionism in terms of the keeping out a lot of the persons who are interested and have the input to put in. There's no vehicle by which there's the contact between the top and the people involved in it. And if we don't do something about that, then we won't be able to tap into what is available to help us to plan and to go forward. I just want to quickly point out that one of the problem with associations is that their constitution by nature and their practice by nature is to be very private and exclusive and doesn't allow persons who can make contributions or to offer themselves for being elected and so on and so forth. And so that practice has got to change also, so as to widen the area of the playing field, so that other persons who can make themselves available do have a means of getting involved in the sport, so that it can grow, and the best possible administrative team is there to do the job.
Thank you very much, Coach Mills. Dr. Stokes? I think you're still muted, Dr. Stokes.
Apologies again. Not a lot to add to that, but let me just point out two things here. First is the premise of the question, and I'm going to say something that may not be generally agreed or accepted, but this idea that Jamaica is talented at sprinting is not true. I mean, I don't know that physically for a child born that we are any, we have any disposition more than the next guy being born as we speak in Grenada or Nigeria. What we have is a culture that leads our and a national self-image that leads our athletes, some of the outstanding talent and potential, some would not, to want to focus on track and field. And therefore, in the context of Jamaica as a culture and the supporting environments, we do well in track and field. And why is that important to start with? It's important to start with because if we don't nurture that, it can go away. It can go away. We can get up one day and go to the Olympics and don't win a medal. So let us not assume too much. You have heard a lot on this topic before. The second thing is some of the things that cause our success may also be risks for our sustainable development. And let me use champs as an example. The fact of boys and girls championships, the fact of the training, the fact of the quality coaches that we have developed over the years creates a pool from which we get elite athletes. But as we have heard before as well, it also damages a lot of persons. Now, before I begin, it's the jump from class 3 to class 2 maybe this, and from class 2 to class 1 maybe this. From class 1 to professional is the other side of the planet. People need to understand that and say, boy, I'm win class 100 last year. Why is he not a world championship finalist the next year? So we need to understand that. Which comes to my third point, is that people in the know, who know that's not how it works, need to be at the table. And Glenn, I don't know if you remember this. Years and years ago, I was talking to you about a sprinter. And you said to me, Chris, and I said, boy, he didn't run this last year and he didn't run this year. And you said to me, when you're developing a sprinter, he doesn't have to run faster every year. I don't know if you remember that, right?
That's true.
But we have a system where we're trying to get people to run faster every year. And if you don't run faster, something wrong with you. So that comes back to my final point now. Who is the adult in the room saying, calm down, this is development program. Some are going to make it, some are going to not make it, but we're not going to do those things that we know will damage the young sprinters. All right. And I'm not sure that those people who I know are in Jamaica are at the table making those decisions.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Dr. Stokes.
I think
yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to follow up briefly on Dr. Stokes' point. It is a fact that it is not everybody who win at champs can be an Olympic champion or is even capable of going into the professional ranks and do well. And so a lot of time we misplace our enthusiasm. So that's an important point. But a lot more can be done to protect the youngsters that compete at champs. when I started out, I ran champs for about 30 years, and I fought hard to move from at least being allowed to do up to 8, 9 events to know where they are. And so I think a lot more can be done to curtail the amount of training and work that they have to do to compete. Because the truth is that if it was not the pursuit of getting a lot of points for the institution, an individual could over the years develop his or herself, concentrate on just doing one event for maybe the first 3 years of your career until you mature more. By get to class 1, you could do 2. But as I said, more can be done to protect them.
Okay, thank you so much. Miss Blackwood's hand is up, and I also have 2 questions for her. So after you make your comments, Miss Blackwood, then I'll ask you to respond to these 2 questions.
Okay, thank you. I just want to indicate that from my perspective and from my point, at least viewpoint, is that in terms of many of our national federations and clubs or organizations that work with athletes, that first of all, from an organizational perspective, that I am not sure whether many of the organizations have a strategic plan that looks at where they are and where they want to go in very practical terms, whether they have considered any kind of sustainability plan, any kind of exit strategy in terms of personnel, and more than anything else, have they developed a profile on each of their athletes and prospective members? There are situations where if you were to approach certain federations, they might not have a list of members. They might not have a list of athletes. They may have a list of athletes who represent Jamaica or represent, well, Jamaica for a particular period. So they have that list. But list of athletes and prospective representatives nationally and regionally, that might not exist. The profile might not have information about their health, their social status, their economic status, and therefore many of the athletes are left very vulnerable. That doesn't exist even among the coaches either. I know that Mr. Riley is president of a coaches association. I am not sure what is the status of that association, so I can't speak to it. But there are many top sport disciplines that have no organized entity in terms of their coaches and administrators. So they too are not looked after in terms of having any kind of group that can advocate for better working conditions or issues of safeguarding. Those are critical issues that are missing or not well developed, and which are very urgent and critical and must be part of any discussion, reform, or development going forward. That will include, therefore, looking at legislative structures and regulations as part of the reform and reimagining of the sports sector. Thank you. You said you had 2 questions.
Yes, I do. One from A. St. Clair Davis. She asked, or I'm not sure if it's a he or she, so let me not do that. So while national federations are autonomous and the GOJ intervention is unwelcome, could GOJ funding agencies create guidelines or management structures that national federations follow to qualify for funding? Sounds that some of this GOJ may be already doing, but you can speak more to that.
Of course. And yes, I believe that that ought to be one of the role of government in terms of supporting the federations. And through the Sport Development Foundation, the opportunity is there. And I do agree with Dr. Stokes' comment with regards to financial management, that that is an area of vital importance. It eliminates various questions, and it also ensures that certain structures are put in place. Unfortunately, there are associations that are not in a position to provide audited financials, and therefore my recommendation, and this is not this is not an official recommendation, this is my perspective, is that I believe that the Sports Development Foundation, in going forward, can do more in terms of either providing the guidelines, maybe acquiring a software and training, providing maybe licensing. I'm not sure of the exact solution or strategy at this time, but I do believe that that is important. There are other guidelines too that have been provided to sports association in terms of bidding on events. But in many cases, because there is no exit strategy, or you find that many of the discussions and many of the documentation that might have been in place with one executive body, when that executive body leaves, the records go. And so it's very important for us to look again, as I said, in terms of the management structure, the governance system, to ensure that information remains in place and that additional guidance and support is given, and there's a willingness to accept and to receive that kind of support.
Okay, I do have another question for you, but I see Coach Riley's hand up. Coach Riley, did you have something to add to what Ms. Blackwood just said?
Yes, I wanted to respond to her. She did call me out as president of the Jamaica Track and Field Coaches Association. And I want to assure her and others that the association is active. We did have a very good meeting last night on Zoom, over 170 persons engaged there. And we are, I must use the opportunity to announce that starting January 1st, 2025, coaches, track and field coaches in Jamaica will be required to have a license to practice in Jamaica. And that will be a license issued jointly by the J3 and the Coaches Association. And we are also recognizing our hardworking coaches on the 16th of November at an awards function, giving lifetime award. Mr. Mills, 2 years ago, was a Lifetime Achiever awardee. So this year we have 22 coaches that we're awarding on the 16th of November. So we're active in trying to improve the overall profession and make it that persons can claim to be a coach and it is well recognized locally.
Just a quick question from me. I'm sure my colleague journalist will follow this with you maybe at another time. With that license, the issue of safeguarding, we've seen a couple of coaches getting in trouble for molestation and so on. Is there any safeguarding aspect to that license?
Yes, there is a safeguarding aspect. Everyone has to do the safeguarding course, which is managed by World Athletics, and they have to do that course and pass it and submit it as part of the licensing as well. And everybody needs certification, and the license will be valid for 2 years. You must renew it. And in fact, many of them are on this program now because the continuous education component, which is required for renewal of the license, this particular symposium will earn them 6 CE units. So many of them are on as part of that strategy to get their license for renewal when that time comes around.
Thank you very much. As I said, I'm sure my colleague journalists will follow up with you where that is concerned. Just to go back to Ms. Blackwood, Signature Society says, to quote you in your excellent presentation, nothing new, no secrets here. Jamaica is not short of great ideas and brilliant minds. Why do so many great potentials remain on the shelves, Ms. Blackwood?
Could you repeat the last two sentences?
Sure. It says, where were we? No, Jamaica is not short of great ideas and brilliant minds. Why do so many great potentials remain on the shelves?
No. Okay, thank you. I'll answer that, but before I do, I just want to say to Coach Riley that I look forward to hearing about mentorship in terms of other sport disciplines, and thank you for enlightening me. In terms of ideas remaining on the shelf, that's what many of them are. They are ideas, they are potential, and this is for that reason why I took the opportunity to quote Deming extensively to say that until there are several great opportunities, best practices, many of them anecdotal, and we know about them. We know that if there are challenges in a community, the first thing we tend to do is to organize and mobilize a football match. But have we ever followed up? Have we ever just used the football match to come together? What are the lessons learned? Can I then replicate that situation elsewhere, or do I have to start again, or just based on what others? So yes, what is important is for us to continue to do the advocacy. And in order to compete, as I said before, in terms of limited resources, we have to show from a data perspective the impact. In addition to which, as a Jamaican, in terms of, we find that there tend to be less attention paid to the research that is done, and use the actual data rather than just stories. And so many times the documentation is available, but we tend to be more spontaneous in our planning and do not use the data that is available to us. But regarding sport, one of the challenges we have in sport is that it has become just a way of life. We have been involved in organized sports from mid-1800s. Long before many other countries. Then we had excellent physical facilities. In fact, today we still have a clubhouse, which is one of the oldest in the world in terms of that particular sport. Think of our stadium. When our stadium was built over 60 years ago, it was compared to the Wembley Stadium as having a larger seating capacity than the Wembley Stadium. But that was over 60 years ago. Fortunately, we have heard the announcement about the rehabilitation of the stadium. It's more than an announcement. There has been signed letters of intention, and we anticipate going forward that we'll have a modern stadium that is fit for purpose and is accepted in terms of world standard.
Good to hear that. Thank you so much, Ms. Blackwood. Just a comment here from journalist Shoshana McGowan. The different mindsets will have to be a collective effort from all those in the sports sector, which is true. However, athletes and coaches will have to operate as such and help others to fall in line. We have a question from journalist Daniel Blake for Coach Mills. From your presentation and comments from Stephen Francis, why is there such a divide between the J3s and the top track clubs, especially when there are members of the track clubs who serve on the technical/advisory committees? Coach Mills. Unmute your phone, please.
Okay, yes.
You.
The problem, I think, is that the powers that be, first, most of the problems we have are matters that would be best served with if the JHA had a technical director whose job is to deal with the technical matters in the sport overall. So we could have direct consultation discussion with him or her with these matters. Most of it is that we have never been, I can't recall us being summoned to any kind of forum where all the top coaches of the clubs and so on are involved in a frank and clear discussion with the administration. Most of it has been through interviews and informal talks and discussions. And so we find very little attention has been given to the points raised, and so we continue to have that, they continue to have the divide between what we think is in the best interest of the sport and the athletes, as against what the association thinks. That's the best way I can put it.
Okay. Coach Mills, another question for you from Anand Rampasad. Who is going to drive the required change? Now, this is a loaded one. Who is going to drive the required change?
The required the change is
I suppose
a
in
little
terms
bit
of
more specific.
Yeah, I'm assuming that they're speaking about some of the things that you raised, some of the things that Dr. Stokes raised about professionalizing the bodies and not just, this volunteerism that goes into it.
All right, track and field is administered by an autonomous body, which is not accountable to anybody locally, neither the courts, the government, nor nobody. So the only accountability is the world athletics, and I don't know how much attention World Athletics pay to the internal operation of what goes on here. So the problem is that unless you have a change of approach by those who wield the ones of power, or there's a mechanism where new blood can come in with new thinking, you're pretty much helpless in terms of exerting any kind of meaningful change.
Yes. Okay, thanks, Coach Mills. I see a comment on the chat from Underrun Events for Coach Riley. Please add that coaches will be required to present a police record come 2026, something that we've been advocating for, the whole issue of safe sports and safeguarding sports and ensuring that as much as is humanly possible, that we don't have undesirables around, especially the nation's children. I'm checking to see if there are, okay, so another question. Some comments. Feel free to jump in to respond to these comments. Alicia Richards, yes, sporting associations are autonomous, but it's essential to have policies in place to ensure the security and well-being of Jamaican athletes. Also from A. St. Clair Davis, lack of an athletes association hamper administrations, leaving athletes without a voice to advocate for their interests, results in disorganization and vulnerability in negotiations with governing bodies. I'm not sure that any of our panelists can respond to that because I don't see
I
it.
would.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes. The athletes, there's nothing to prevent the athletes from forming an athletes association. Unfortunately, our senior athletes over the years have not paid much attention to the day-to-day administration of the sport, and but one would hope that it would, a group would emerge that could champion this cause. But there's nothing preventing them from forming an association.
All right, I see Ms. Blackwood, I see your hand.
Yeah. Starting with what Dr. Mills said, what I can say is that there are international athletes association, and recently I had some discussions with a member of such an association and asked how is it that they're on the national level, at least I was speaking specifically of Jamaica, have not heard of their involvement in mobilizing athletes to have a voice and to represent their interests. In addition to which, we also know that there are more than one international associations, and we have membership. We have athletes who are members, at least on such association. So there is the need then for us to mobilize and to organize. One of my experience sometimes with athletes is that even when they are opportune, and this is not limited to Jamaica.
Right. A few more comments online about
international,
the athletes.
this sometimes
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Various national levels. Yes, that when athletes are invited to attend programs and seminars regarding their own future and well-being, many of the times they feel that they are too tired, they have other things to do, and sometimes do not pay adequate attention to their benefit, especially in the medium and long term. Yeah. So I just wanted to indicate that as well.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Indeed, because to make the point that an athletes association would by its very definition come from the athletes themselves, right? And I think it's an issue of culture where the issue of advocacy is not deemed as something that is very critical. So it's something that as coaches, we have a few coaches in here, also people of influence who have influence with athletes, the importance of the athletes having their own voice, to speak truth to power, so to speak. All right. We don't have any more questions, or do we? If we have no more questions for this session, we are going to jump into another session, the afternoon session, which will turn out a new set of panelists. Feel free to stay on for those who want to stay on. I'm sure that you can be accommodated, and if you have thoughts to add, I'm just trying to pull up the afternoon sessions program. Right, that one now, session 2, sport business, the way forward. You're going to be seeing another moderator, but until, if Murphy's Law, internet and such. So I'm going to stay on for a few minutes while my friend and colleague is connected via his internet connection. So towards a sustainable sports management model for Jamaica, we should have Mr. Garth Gale, President of the Jamaica Athletics Association, Mr. Dennis Chung, General Secretary of the Jamaica Football Federation, Dr. Donovan Bennett, President of Jamaica Cricket Association, who unfortunately is a late non-starter, to borrow from horse racing, and then Dr. Mansingh himself will also speak. So let's football and go to Mr. Dennis Chung, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Football Federation. Mr. Chung.
Thank you, Karen. I am just gonna speak to the topic here, which is towards a sustainable sports development model for Jamaica. And thank you for this invitation, Dr. Mansingh, because it's something I've been thinking about a lot and talking about. And we have actually applied it at the JFF here because we saw where it was necessary. Just to tell you the results of where we are. We actually have some very good results on the field. We would have for the first time qualified for CONMEBOL, the Copa America. Before that, we were invited. We came third for the first time in Nations League. Of course, we had the 2 Women's World Cup. We just recently won the CFU under-14 boys, which was a historic performance for more than one reason. It came straight out of our talent development scheme, which we implemented last year. And we not only won the A-League, but we won it by 7 goals to 1, and 7 goals were scored in 20 minutes. And then you'd have seen now that we're on the path to qualify for another Nations League. We're in the quarterfinals now and building more on that. In addition to that, on the administrative side, which I think is important, is that we have virtually eliminated the deficit that we started. We had over 240 million deficit a little over a year ago. We have eliminated our tax liability, which about 5 years ago was about $500 million. We have reduced our payables significantly by over 100 million, to the point now where no one calls us anymore for money. And we're up to date with all the payments to our players. So I say that to say that if we are to move forward in a sustainable way, there are some things that need to happen. So if I can start with where we are now, because we looked at the whole thing from a strategic point of view. And the first thing we did is we engaged with a professional who could facilitate a strategic session for us. One of the things that we did was look at where we are now. And as a country, if we look at it, I've always maintained we're not taking advantage of the competitive advantage of sports. So sports is at an international competitive advantage for Jamaica, especially track and field, football, and netball. But we haven't capitalized on it. We have also other competitive advantages like tourism and culture, and the music in particular. And I mention it for a particular reason, because despite these competitive advantages, we have not been able to maximize the returns on these. And anyone who knows economics knows that your earning potential is greatest in the areas where you have potential, your competitive advantage. And that is where you see economic and social impact in a positive way. And I use an example that we have at the JFF. The Adidas has found that formula. Adidas has in marketing the kit, which is the #1 selling kit for Adidas in the world. They have not just looked at it from a sporting point of view, but they've incorporated the culture around Bob Marley in particular in it. So we have a situation now where we have not just the appeal on the sports side, but it is being pushed by the music side, the culture side, which has not been done before. And because of that, they're seeing significant success. And we, in turn, are seeing significant returns from it. And that would have gone a far way in helping to alleviate our deficit that we have. And I don't think JFF has any advantage or football over any other sport. But I think it's just a matter of how we market that competitive advantage. So the challenges we have, I don't think we have enough coordination and involvement from our governments as happened in other countries. So you would see what happened, for example, in the USA, Australia. Australia pumped a lot of money and resources into their women's team, and that's why they did so well. So I think that we need to have more government funding, as happens in other countries, and strategic funding. In the case of JFF, for example, the #1 funder for us is FIFA. I'm sorry, Adidas, FIFA, right? The number 2 is Adidas. The third is private funding, and we've done a lot in terms of the marketing side to be able to bring 17,000 people to the stadium. And then in fourth place is the government. I think the government should be on one of the top 2s because of the potential impact that it can have. We have a lack of infrastructure. So if we look at the examples of the situations that occurred recently at the National Stadium, where we were being threatened for professional international games to be pulled from Jamaica because we were not able to play matches at nights because of the stadium lights. And its time is the development. Of course, we know about crime. And we don't have enough training institutions geared towards sports development, even though we recognize, and I go as far as tourism, we recognize that tourism and sports and music they are our competitive advantages, but we still focus in our training on things like lawyers and doctors and accountants, right? So we're not pushing the areas that we have the competitive advantage in. I think also we have very weak sports federations. And our example here has shown that if you do not have a strong federation, you're not going to have proper sporting development, because the federation is a link between sports locally and internationally. The international sporting associations like FIFA will only deal with the local federations. They won't deal with anybody else. The Adidas, for example, will deal with the federation. And therefore, you need to have strong federations. I hear it spoken about administration. Administration is very important, a strong administration. And we have to understand that sports is big business. FIFA has over 5 billion people watching World Cup, right? That's a lot of money. That's bigger than any other sporting event in the world. And it's larger than many companies that's listed on the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. So we have to realize how much money we're talking about when we're talking about FIFA. For example, I gave an example yesterday. When FIFA goes to a World Cup and FIFA carries in 1,000 people, right, all business class, FIFA does not rent rooms, they rent hotels. So in the Qatar case, for example, FIFA rented 4 hotels, right? That's big business that many places cannot do. So let me just move to what I think would be a sustainable model if we were to move forward as a country in terms of capitalizing on our competitive advantage in sports that we should have and making tons of money. Because I remember a few years ago or a few months ago speaking to the principal of Jamaica College, and he said to me, he said, you know, Dennis, 5% of our footballers will get professional contracts, but all the 60 that got went overseas, all of them got scholarships for colleges overseas, and many of them are coming from very impoverished situations. So football is a way of lifting people out of poverty, dealing with the poverty level, or sports in general. It's about track and field, it's about netball. So it has a great social impact, can solve a lot of our issues that we're having. And that's why I think that government needs to play a greater role in ensuring its involvement. Is it possible for me to share a slide?
Yes, you should be able to do so. Ishmael, is Ishmael still on? You should be able to do.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm not. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. So if I can look at this slide here, right? And you see it coming up. So a PowerPoint slide. You see the slide?
Yes, I see it.
All right. So what we need to do is develop a sustainable sports ecosystem, right? If we are going to have a successful model, because we do have challenges of funding, we do have challenges of culture, we do have challenges of facilities, etc. And it starts with a national sports strategy. I think that it has to be led by the government, just like the government develops an export strategy, just like the government develops a strategy around investments and tourism. A lot of that was done when we were building our tourism product. We actually developed a strategy around that. And that's why we're here today, because the government gave a lot of concessions, for example, tax concessions to hotels that's making investments, and not just initial investments, but continuous investments. So every few years, the hotels would get a tax write-off or a tax credit for reinvesting in hotels. And today, tourism is the #1 earner in Jamaica, earning over $2 billion a year, right? Carrying in over 4 million tourists. Similarly, I think sports has the same advantage, but if we're going to create that sustainable environment, just like we did with tourism, which I don't think we've capitalized enough on either, we have to create that ecosystem around it. So we have to have a sports strategy. Coming out of that sports strategy, government has to say, listen, we are going to provide some funding, because this is a potential revenue source, right? In the area of track and field, for example, it wasn't the government that actually created that ecosystem. It was a private people, like I see Coach Mills is on. It was a private-led initiative, right? And I think because of that, we're not capitalizing on the gains that we can make from it.
Sorry, Dennis. Can you click slide show so that your presentation? Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We need more sports training facilities and organized events. So we have GC Foster, but outside of GC Foster, what else do we have? Right? We've seen the impact of GC Foster. It's because GC Foster is putting out all of these coaches, in my opinion, and Coach Mills can say if it's so or not. That has created all this talent coming out of track and field, because we deliberately created these coaches to push these talents out. And likewise at JFF, what we are doing is we have, and this is with the support of the government, of course, and Ren Neville, we're actually training 500 D licensed coaches at the primary school level, and we're going to be taking them up to C licensed coaches, because we love to talk about the play on the field, but if you don't have good coaches, if you don't have good referees, it's just not going to work. We've been to champs many times and seen the blunder of the starters and the administration and that sort of thing, right? And therefore, we need to have proper training around them, and we need to have proper organized events. So champs, for example, is an event that sells off around the world, right? That's a lot of money coming. People actually travel to Jamaica for that. We need world-class infrastructures in place, not just at the national level, but the community level. We're talking about the stadium, the refurbishing of the stadium. You know, that's great. I applaud the minister and the government for that. We also need to develop at least 3 more facilities throughout the country like that. So I know Montego Bay, for example, the Catherine Hall complex is doing something. We need something down in the south, right? We need something in the east also, or in the north. That's gonna provide that. And we need to ensure, I mean, Coach Halgrim, when he was here, made a statement that's very true. If you take Lionel Messi and carry him to Jamaica, in 2 weeks, he's playing average football, because the fields does not allow for any quality football to be played. We need proper road infrastructure and hotel rooms. And I say this in reference to, for example, sporting events that we can bring in tourists for around the country. The truth is that when you talk about cycling, the only sport that outside of track and field we have won a medal in is cycling. We don't facilitate it, right? We don't have proper areas for people to cycle in Jamaica. We don't have a proper cycling facility. And this is the only sport outside of track and field that we have won a medal in. So proper road infrastructure. And if we're going to be talking about sports tourism, which I think is critical for the ecosystem, if we're talking about sustainable sports development, we need more hotel rooms across the island, right? We have hotels in Montego Bay and Ocho, and that's it. We don't really have much more. We have some in the grill, but you have 2 good parties and all of the rooms are gone, right? So if we're talking about an event, like I go to a cycling event in New York, we have 7,000 cyclists from all over the world that come and stay there. That's a lot of money. That's billions of dollars in a matter of 4 or 5 days that comes into the country. And therefore, you need to have the facilities before people will come. People are not going to come, and that point was made with the national development. If you don't have the facility, people won't come, so we have to make the investment. Very importantly, that was mentioned, we need an accommodating mindset and culture. I don't think that sports has enough professionals in it or a professional approach. A lot of people in it are about what they can get for themselves. We need to have people in it that's going to approach it like a business and a mindset and a culture around it. And I know Karen and Daniel is here. I speak about the media also. The media in their messaging needs to facilitate that. It can't be that we're always looking for a way of taking from it or a way of just being critical of it. We have to have a messaging around building it. And finally, I'd say that we need, just like an organization, if you're developing an organization, you have to have good governance policies. And this is one thing that we did here that we worked with FIFA on, you know, and it's a shame that we have to go overseas and work with it, but we have to work with FIFA to get a proper safeguarding policy in place. So we have a safeguarding policy for children. We actually train our managers here on safeguarding, financial governance policies, all of that has to be in place, procurement and everything, and a good corporate governance policy for the federations. Because as I said, if you don't have a good federation, you're not going to have good play on the field. So that is really my model for a sustainable sports ecosystem that leads to sustainable development. That's it, Karen.
Thank you very much. Of course, that was Mr. Dennis Chung, the General Secretary of the Jamaica Football Federation. This session overall is on sports business, the way forward, and our speakers are addressing the issue towards a sustainable sports management model for Jamaica. Mr. Chung, very, very interesting and important intervention. I'm checking to see if Mr. Garth Gale is in the room. Mr. Garth Gale of the J3s. Not seeing him online. He's supposed to give his presentation next. So since we are not seeing him, we'll go to Dr. Mansingh's presentation.
Thank you very much. And it's very hard to sort of follow Mr. Chung because he highlights every sort of important point about a sustainable sport management model for Jamaica. But I'll try and give my own views. And I'm cognizant of the fact that President Donovan Bennett of the Jamaica Cricket Association was supposed to have presented. And he just messaged to say that he will probably not be able to present. So I'll try and incorporate some of the examples that he may have used. And we're still hoping that Mr. Gale, who had also agreed to participate, will come on to represent the views from athletics. But while I do that, I am talking about the sustainable sports management model. And one thing that has to be understood is that this is not a model that can be mirrored from another country, because the reality is that our level of sporting performance far exceeds those which are of our size, and yet the resources that we have are far less than those which have far more resources and performances akin to ours. So we cannot adopt a model from Europe or America and wholesale transplant it here, but rather we've got to work out what we can manage and, in fact, what we can afford. So I have actually given many sort of talks around the world, speaking about high performance centers in a low economy, low sort of income economy. And through it, one thing that I do point out is that Jamaica is not a place where you're going to have a lot of high performance centers. But what we do have is a high performance system. And that system is both formal and informal, from the communities that nurture our athletes and support them, both in terms of their upbringing, but also in their support. The example I give, for example, is that we have track meets here every weekend from about December now to June. And I recall years ago when my secretary had asked me for a day off because her 2-year-old had a crawling race at school and she had to go and support him. Now that is one of the factors of what our high performance system is, that sort of innate support you get from community from a very early age, which is not recorded as part of that growth system. So basically what I'm suggesting is that in making a sustainable sports management model for Jamaica, we should actually be a model for other small countries, because we've got the components of very talented athletes as well as high performance. But as Dr. Stokes had pointed out before, and I fully agree with him, this is not just a Jamaican phenomenon. So when we speak about genetics, I say, yes, genetics may be part of it, but if that were so, then Western Africa should be winning all the medals instead of us. If we speak about high technology, then we don't rank in that, but we still perform at a very high level. So it must be the environment. But having said that, we had a head start. We had a head start in 1948 and in 1952 at the Olympics. In fact, the first sporting superstar that this region produced was probably George Headley, who came from this country. But it did not mean that the other countries of this region did not have high performance sporting icons. You just have to look at West Indies cricket to realize that we have countries much smaller than us that have produced people that are world beaters in their sport. So I think what we have is a head start, but I think the region itself is highly, highly blessed with what I call high performance systems. And I think that has come to fruit this time in the Olympics. Now, before this, as you recognize, we had gone to the World Cup of Football in 1998. Trinidad followed thereafter. We have won a lot of Olympic medals, but we did have performances from Suriname, from Trinidad, and other countries. We had a world champion for St. Kitts. But just fast forward to the Olympics we just had in Paris, and you'll see that St. Lucia, Dominica, etc., have also joined the fore. So I think it sort of speaks to what I've said before. There's a matter of time before the rest of them catch up, but it's the region that you've got to work out what works well here. And just as a byline, one of the interesting things I heard in St. Lucia while I was there for the CPL was them boasting about, well, we had 2 Nobel laureates, now we have 2 Olympic medals. What a phenomenal achievement for a country. 2 Nobel laureates and 2 Olympic medals. It's just phenomenal what this region can produce. Okay, so going back to that sustainable model. For Jamaica, I think we have to have a system of talent identification. We're not short of talent as far as natural sporting ability is concerned. You just have to look at the bobsleigh team to see that we can turn ourselves to anything and we can be very, very good. But there has to be identification, because I believe there has to be some streamlining. We cannot have half a dozen people running sub-10s in 100 meters when only 3 of them are going to run for Jamaica, and there are opportunities for others. We cannot have a whole host of people seeing as track and field as their only option out in sport when they're talented to do many other sports that we might not have even considered. And I'll speak about that a bit later. But there has to be streamlining, I think, from a very early age, directing them to the appropriate discipline. Now, this may be a bit controversial. It may be, taking, poaching, if you want to call it, from the traditional sports. But as I said, there are a lot of other sports where a decent living can be made if we can start this talent identification and some form of streamlining. The other thing that's going to make this sustainable model work is something that I think we've ignored to a large extent for a very long time, and that's the use of science and medicine. We need to have qualified people screen our athletes and treat them. For far too long, we've seen the discipline of sports medicine relegated to people who just happen to be old, past students of a school or will offer their services for free. And we end up with what Coach Mills mentioned, that you finish champs and you have a set of athletes who are injured, who then don't get screened for the next competition and end up with a massive scar tissue when they reach the higher coaches like Coach Mills, Coach Francis, and many other names that I can call. There has to be a concerted way that we can screen these athletes from a very young age and monitor them to ensure that they don't get that first injury, because unfortunately, very often, the biggest indicator of, say, a hamstring strain is having had one before. So if you've had one at the age of 14, 16, there's a very high chance you're going to get it when you're 18, 20, 22, compared to those who've never had one. And we've got to prevent that first injury. The other thing is science and the use of science to enhance sport. Now, in our system, and I'll speak to track and field, it is unfortunate that many of our top athletes do not reach our top coaches till they finish school. And by that time, they may be injured or they may have missed out a few years of critical development, not because they don't have access to top coaching, but because the top coaches don't have access to them. And there needs to be some sort of academy systems whereby we can take out the top athletes, expose them to our top coaches, back them with science and medicine so that we can enhance their performance and monitor them. Science is not only about improving muscle mass or working on their psychology. It's as much about data management and data analysis. And that applies to all sports. So you would have noticed in sports, and cricket, of course, I can speak of quite widely, where you would see a naturally talented person going out there and scoring a lot of runs or taking wickets. And within a year, they can't do that. Why? Because the rest of the world has analyzed their entire game and have worked out what their weak spots are. Unless we can do the same to source out what exactly you do to counter it, you're going to fall behind. Now, that applies to every other sport. And data analysis, data management, biomechanics, and things that Coach Riley, for example, is doing in his lab, has to be the norm in a high-performance system. And it can be done with some very basic technology if we just have a system to put it into place. You don't necessarily need a lot of investment in that aspect. As you heard before from Dr. Ranson, there are many programs out there, many of which are open source, not very expensive, which can monitor your athletes and can give you data which you can use later. But that has to be married with our innate genius. And I say it that way because I remember many years ago we had a sports medicine conference where they presented an injury, a foreign, a sports medicine specialist from overseas, presented an injury by Tyson Gay that he got running around the curve of the 200 meters. And as soon as he presented it, Coach Mills got up and said, but the problem wasn't there. The problem was on his second stride. He overstrode, and because of that, he was trying to catch up. And by the time he got to the curve, he was out of control, and that's why he pulled up. And it was amazing how this foreign sports medicine specialist said, I've shown this film 100 times around the world, and nobody picked that up. My point is that we've got to marry the science and technology with the local genius, because that is what's going to carry us forward, because the rest of the world has moved forward with data analysis, data management, science and technology, and sports medicine, and unfortunately, we're lagging behind. The other thing you might find very basic, but is very important, is a simple communication with the athletes. Too often we have policies, we have decisions that are being made and so on, and they're just not being conveyed to the athletes. And therefore, for all our goodwill and so on, it just doesn't get through. I've seen this in netball, I've seen it in our top sports, and it's not just netball, it's all of them, where the athletes are just not in sync with the program. So there has to be an appreciation of where the world is moving, and our sport has to look at that as well. Now, the other important point, which was alluded to before, is that it's about sport for all. Because sport, the advantage of sport is not just about making a living, winning a medal, or anything like that, but it's about sustainable well-being for the entire population. So whereas we're looking at elite sport, there must be sport for all in all communities. That is the emphasis of most developed or developing nations in the world. which reduces crime, which improves, reduces disease like diabetes, hypertension, and so on. So in all that we talk about sustainable sports management, it has to include sport for all, from which we pull the elite sports. And I say that because that sort of dovetails into community facilities. If you look around the nation, we have a building spurt going on right now with apartments and townhouses and everything being built. But nowhere in those communities do you have spaces for people to walk around, for them to have recreational activities, for them to have any sporting activity. And it's not good enough to tell them to go somewhere else and walk, or to go somewhere else and pay to play. This should be the right of every citizen living in Jamaica, where there should be community fields, community facilities, and they should be places where you inculcate this concept of high performance, of data management, of data analysis. And once again, this does not require a lot of money. It requires an understanding of what it requires. So community facilities, regional centers, where you have a bit more in terms of opportunities for getting some training, for getting some analysis, which then feeds into high-level centers, of which you just need one or two around the island, where people come in for further testing, for further tinkering of their technique, and then fed back to those regional centers and those community facilities. It actually is not that difficult in terms of investment, but you need a proper policy. Once again, going back to what Mr. Chung said, our playing facilities, our turfs, our pitches are well below par. And you cannot expect our athletes to go onto the world scene and perform on those facilities when we cannot provide them those sort of things in Jamaica right now. Now, looking after a pitch, and when I say pitch, I mean a playing surface, not just a cricket pitch. Looking after a turf is now high science, and it requires a higher level of curator, not just a groundsman. We still rely on very basic groundsmen to look after all of our fields. I believe that there should be some sort of facility whereby we upskill some of our better groundsmen into being properly trained curators, and then have even a private company or a government-funded entity where they go from field to field. And I'm talking about, high school fields, club fields, and so on, and then impart their knowledge to the groundsmen there to see if we can bring up the standard of the fields. If you expect every field to have a curator of that level, it's not going to happen in a hurry. But we do have a cadre of people that we can upskill and bring them to a level where they can then go and look after fields. There's no reason why you can't have a groundsman reporting to a curator, looking after a field that, say, I'm just taking proximity, Kingston College, Holy Trinity, St. George's College, and Alpha, which are all within one geographical location, or Papine High School, Jamaica College, Campion College, Mona High, once again, another geographical location, and that can be replicated over and over. So we have to move away from this one person per place to rather a company, be it public or private, which moves from field to field to make sure that we can get this up to par. I heard about the coaches, and I fully agree with it, that our coaches are phenomenal, but coaching has moved to a different level as well. Coaches around the world are highly qualified, and that means that they're trained in data analysis, in sports science, in basics of sports medicine, in coaching techniques, in psychology, in nutrition, etc., at a much higher level than just an associate degree. So I laud what GCE Foster does. But I do think that some of our coaches need to move on to a higher level of training. Now, obviously I'm from the Faculty of Sport at the University of the West Indies, where we do offer programs, but that's not what this is about. What I wanted to point out is that we went around the region 2 years ago doing a project where we interviewed coaches to see what their level of qualification is, what they thought was needed to uplift them, and where we move on. And it was interesting that coaches did express that they want to have more training. They don't want a sort of formal thing where you sit in a classroom all day. They want to have short courses. But there were one or two coaches who said, listen, we don't deal with paper, we deal with results. And I stopped and asked them, so tell me about the results. What have you achieved at an international level? Don't tell me about high school, don't tell me about local, tell me about international. Because the reality is that if you look at our achievements at an international level, It's not that many coaches, whereas we have excellent coaches, so we need to be able to carry them to a higher level, which once again will ensure that we have a sustainable sport model. It's not for the lack of raw material. It's not for them wanting to do better. It's just the opportunity to do so. I say that because many of them will come with coaching certificates saying I'm a level 3 this or a level 2 this. But if those courses don't have quality assurance, far too often have I seen people who sit down in a course, sleep through the entire weekend, and walk out with a certificate. That's not helping our sports high performance system. So I do believe that needs to be some quality assurance. And once again, we have institutions around that can do that. And then there's the use of support staff. It's pointless having the best coaches in the world if you don't have properly trained sports physiotherapists, sports trainers, massage therapists, etc. Now, we do have a cadre of sports physiotherapists and so on that we'll continue to produce. But are they being employed properly? Probably not. Many federations will carry those support staff who either voted for them or are likely to get them a vote than those who are qualified. And we see this repeatedly, and it continues even now. In fact, for the caliber of athletes we carry, sometimes we're a laughing stock when you look at the support staff we carried. I'm telling you this from feedback you get from other people. So once again, the support system is available, but have we bought into getting the best people for the best positions? I do not believe so. We've heard about economic activity, and we're going to hear more about it. But one thing that we heard today, for example, is Coach Mills talking about the ability of track and field to cover 75 to 80% of their expenses from overseas, of Adidas being able to wipe out, so to speak, or to paraphrase, a lot of the deficits of the Jamaica Football Federation. We heard it, we can see where our cricketers are being used to wipe out the financial deficits as well, but not in Jamaica. Our cricketers are being used by teams overseas, from advertisement campaigns, from sponsorship campaigns, and so on, for them to earn money, not for us to earn money. We've got to understand that it's not just about filling stadia. It's about TV rights. It's about sponsorship that drives sport in a country. And if you don't have events in your country, you're not going to drive that level of involvement. So without harping too much on it, and I'm not going to speak about the CPL because I know we have Michael Hall coming on later who can tell you about the massive economic impact that has. How could we turn our back on the second most watched TV event in the world? You heard about FIFA, you heard about Dennis Chung talking about how many billions of dollars is turned over, but we're never going to hold a World Cup football competition in Jamaica, if nothing else because of the size. But we did have the opportunity of holding the World Cup cricket in Jamaica, which is the second largest watched event in the world. And that economic turnover in terms of tourism, hotel rooms, businesses that have come to the region, etc., was completely missed by Jamaica. In fact, during the finals of that event, I was standing on the field when the Prime Minister of that country came to me and leaned over and said, I hope a certain country wins. This is right at the end, because my GDP will go up tonight. There were so many people there having a good time that was a spend that was just waiting to happen. And we have got to grow up and get into 2024 and understand that sporting events and sporting activities drives the economy. And it's not just about the macroeconomy, it's about the peanut vendor, the Airbnb, the taxi people. So when we make the comment that our North Coast hotels are full, we completely ignore tourism in Kingston, or as Mr. Chung said, in Negril or other places with events coming in and the thousands of people who come in. But I'll leave the rest of that to Michael Hall as I move on. We spoke about champs, but they're spin-offs. Our high school competition is the best in the world. Why don't we have a challenge with other high schools around the world and say, take the 4 best high schools of Jamaica and have a televised challenge against the 4 best in America and elsewhere and make it into an event? We've got to have spin-offs. The economic impact of sport world over is billions of dollars. We contribute to it with our talented athletes, but we don't earn from it because we just don't have a model that looks at things beyond paying airfares for some teams or doing other basic activities as opposed to an overall thing. The last part I want to go into is administration. Because in having a sustainable model, I believe a small country like Jamaica needs to have a central pool of resources. I spoke about that with regards to ground curators, where you could have a pool which can go from place to place. The same must be said for sports medicine, for sports science, for sports marketing, etc., where they look at aspects nationally as opposed to leaving each NGO to do their own, or each national sporting organization to do their own. Meaning that sport marketing in Jamaica should be a national effort to which a federation can go and say, how can you help me market my federation? How can you help me market my event? It should be part of a national policy. There should be central sports medicine, as Coach Mills mentioned, where athletes can go and say, hey, I have a problem, can you look after my athletes? It requires some investment, but the sort of economic spillover from that is much, much bigger. National organizations should fall into a national program that has talent scouting and talent enhancement. And they can help these national federations with enhancing their athletes or passing athletes on to them. So, as I've said for long as well, it may seem as if Jamaica has turned its back to cricket, for example. I've heard people talking about cricket being dead in Jamaica, but I challenge anybody when I say that cricket has probably provided more income for athletes in Jamaica than any other sport. Why are we turning our back to it? We have had more people make a living out of cricket. Now, there are a lot of people playing other sport, but how many of them are making a meaningful living out of it? A handful. Cricket has done that, and the opportunities are much greater, but where's the development program to drive our youngsters towards something that can give them employment? Likewise, track and field, football, and netball have all provided excellent opportunities for livelihoods, and we heard about that, from scholarships to professional sport. But listen, there are other sports around the world that can do a lot for our athletes as well. Take, for example, rugby 7. I believe that if we had the infrastructure, if we had some investment, we would have a world champion rugby 7s team. It involves catching a ball, tackling an opponent, and running to a goal line. That is us. But it requires us channeling people to that. So those 3 or 4 people who are running sub-10s but will never make it to the Jamaica team, perhaps we need to look at their catching abilities as well and have a program which can actually make money for them as a profession and bring another aspect of sport into Jamaica. Handball, something that we know nothing about. Perhaps we need to start looking at that. And there are many other sports where we could actually top without actually affecting the other sports that we have, by just having a national view as to how we can spur more sporting activity, which, as I said, has its economic impact as well. And, dare I say, US sports, maybe it's time for some of us to start eyeballing some opportunities there, because many other Caribbean countries, which are non-English speaking, are supplying people at multi-million dollars salaries, contracts to that market. So the last point is our sporting administrations, and I'm not pointing at anybody or anyone, but a lot of these were built in the days prior to independence, where you had 2-year contracts and there were never elections. You had a set of elite people sitting down and saying, well, you take the presidency for 2 years and then you take the next 2 years and I'll be the secretary. And it was a little old boys club. Nobody can effectively run strategic programs in a 2-year term, which is what most of our sporting organizations have. Very many of our sporting administrators have no experience in running sports or even anything else. We've got to depoliticize the running and the administration of sport and have qualified people running it, with those who come in, elected or however, to be more at a board level, just to guide with strategy and policy, but the running must be done by people who are qualified. I believe that we can have a sustainable sports management model. I believe we have a high-performance system that can become a beacon for the world, but it needs some coordination, and I believe it needs it from a government level and also from our sporting organizations getting together and recognizing that this is not about politics. It's about enhancement, it's about employment, it's about enrichment of our sporting society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mansingh. Lots to think about there. Checking if Spencer is in the room as yet. Spencer Darlington is supposed to be leading this afternoon session. Is just having some technical issues.
Yes, Karen, good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners and the stakeholders.
Awesome. I will now take my leave and leave you in the capable hands of my friend and colleague, Spencer Darlington. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much, Karen, for a job well done. And before we get to the question for Dr. Mansingh, there's a comment from Mr. Dennis Chung's presentation earlier. I wish other sports would take cues from driving funds into the association. The diaspora wants to support our athletes, give them a chance to do so. And there is a question from Mr. Denzel Wilkes. It says, is there a basis for the establishment of an association of national federations in order to benefit from joint lobbying efforts and other collaborations? And a comment from Dan Edwards, fully agree, Mr. Chung. Sports must be seen as an industry requiring investment and incentives. And Doc, there's a question here for you. It's from Mr. Hugh Miller. It says, what are available for high school athletes for treating injuries that are affordable? Most treatments, he says, are expensive in his view, and maybe there should be some high school workshops, he's saying, Doc.
Well, if you want me to answer that last one, there have been many proposals put forward to have a sports medicine setup to cover the island. As I said, it requires a serious look at how to do it. We've had discussions with the Ministry of Sport. We've had discussions with many other people. There are sports medicine entities, clinics, and so on, which can reach out to the high schools. Mechanisms have been proposed. They've just not been put in place. Now, I don't want to sort of go into the specifics of them right now, but to say that the high schools perhaps can clamor themselves to have this done so that we can relook at it. But many proposals have been put forward, and they require a little bit of funding. They can be done without a massive influx of money, but the expertise is there and the plans are there. I'll just leave it at that and ask you to follow up with your association, with ISA, with the ministry, to see how we can effect it.
All right, Doctor, there's a comment here from Monique Layla of Sportsmax, and Monique says, I agree with Dr. Mansingh that cricket provides more income than any other sports in Jamaica, but it is a fact that cricket has to be an extent, she says, it's a fact that cricket has to an extent lost its appeal. How so we get it back along with corporate support? Question there from Monique from Sportsmax, Doc.
Well, so the cricket story is a tragic one because cricket, Jamaica is so blessed. We've got a lot of things that we can throw our weight behind. When cricket started declining in the mid-1990s, and West Indies, a whole generation of West Indies didn't know what defeat was. Right then, our football team made it to the World Cup. And after that, so if you remember that fervor we had in Jamaica, that national support for that program, we started backing that winner. And then as things faded there, our netball girls, the Sunshine Girls, became number 3 in the world, number 2 in the world. And then, of course, from the 2000s, track and field has been our winner as far as winning on the world stage is concerned. And of course, everybody's been following that. But one thing that cricket has suffered from, and other sports must not, is living in the day. In my day, this used to happen, and therefore it should continue. You've got to bring it to the people. Now, cricket was taken off of public TV. Cricket commentary was removed. Community cricket has stopped. Schoolboy cricket is not paid attention to. And so from a very young age, you're not exposed to cricket, which you are, for example, in Trinidad, Guyana, and Barbados, and many other countries in the world. So it's for the cricket associations, the government, to decide whether it's a priority and take it from that level straight up. But then the modern events like CPL and so on, we've turned our back to as well, so that we're not having people in Jamaica seeing live cricket. We have a regional competition, a 50-hour competition. A whole generation has not seen it live in Jamaica because it has been played here for about 20 years or 15 years, etc., etc., etc. So the marketing of the event of the sport. The publicizing of it has to be the responsibility of both the national board and I would say the government if it's your national sport. That has not happened, and I think that's why it's gone down. So the simple answer is that you've got to increase the awareness, you've got to publicize the fact that it is an earner, and you've got to bring it back into the national discussion. And I'm hoping that Michael Hall will give you some more about that in the next session, because he will talk about the business of it.
All right, Doc, there is another comment coming in from Alicia Richards, and Alicia says, I agree with Dr. Mansing about high school competitions. However, we need to improve and evolve what we're currently having before taking on additional challenges. And she says Jamaica often adopts a Band-Aid mentality when it comes to sports, focusing on quick fixes rather than long-term development and sustainable growth. And we have a comment as well from Nahil Brown Legister. She says, good point. It starts with a different approach in PE. Stop teaching sports and teach sports skills, and use co-curricular programs to teach sports and develop skills learned in PE classes. Interesting comment there, Doc.
Indeed, yes. So sport has to be looked upon as a different thing. It has to be looked upon as a lifestyle. We used to, when PE was a sport, it was when people would run up and down all day outside of school. We now have to get people moving again. It's not a Jamaican problem, it's a worldwide problem. But we're going to take a different approach to PE and explain to them the benefits of just movement, the health benefits, the well-being, and then sport on top of that. And so I agree that we've got to firstly bring PE back into schools, because there are many schools that don't have it. And secondly, change how we do it into a lifestyle change, not just a sporting event for fun.
All right, Doc, thank you. We are getting ready to move into the second session, and it's going to be about sports business, the way forward. And we have quite a list of erudite presenters coming up. Mr. Garth Gale, the president of the Jamaica Athletics Administrative Association, should be our next presenter, but he's not here as yet. I'm awaiting instructions from Ms. Sharp as to who will be presenting next. And let's see if we have any comments coming in for Mr. Chung. I'm not getting any as yet. But let me just remind you, the second segment, as I said, the sport business, the way forward. The presenters here should be Mr. Garth Gale, president of the Jamaica Athletics Administrative Association. We'll have Mr. Donovan Bennett, president of the Jamaica Cricket Association. And I'm getting some comments as well. Mr. Waver Hines, the president of the West Indies Players Association, WIPA. He says, do we need a national survey to determine which sports are considered important and how we invest in the development of those sports from the grassroots level, Doc?
I think we do need to have a national survey, but that national survey has to have more than just how we orient it, but what people are aware of what the other opportunities are. So before we go to a survey, we first have to have a strategy. And I think, that's what I'm calling upon, that what we need is a strategy on how we're going to go forward with sports, how we're going to be more inclusive in terms of who plays and in the sports that we're offering. And it has to be beyond the four big ones and some of the other ones. We have to look at opportunities for sport as a profession, because to me, that is as viable as becoming, I think, Mr. Chung had said it, or somebody that becoming an engineer, a doctor, a lawyer. Sports also is a viable way of moving forward with the profession, and we have to bring that to the people. So
thank you very much, Doc.
For a survey.
All right, I think we have one more question coming in. It's from HP Chat Track Studio, Dr. Mansing. This is the final question for this first segment, which is wrapping up, by the way. It says, Doc, your thoughts on sports medicine doctors in Jamaica offering affordable packages to sports teams?
So there are two aspects to it. One is that there are sports medicine doctors, qualified sports medicine doctors and physiotherapists in Jamaica. Mm-hmm. Number two, to become qualified, they too have to invest in themselves. So for those organizations and so on that expect free service, yes, you'll get that, I'm sure, at a personal level. But please do remember that these people also have invested in it. And number three, unfortunately, is that the higher you go in sport, the more expensive things get. So for example, you know, when you're investigating injuries, sometimes you run into very, very big costs simply because of the technology that's available, but not available very cheaply. So there has to be a national plan. And one thing I'll point out, for example, I laud the government on is the national insurance policy that they have for sporting athletes, which has allowed many athletes to access medical facilities and treatment, which they previously wouldn't have. So to answer him, it has to be on a national level. It has to have some sort of input from those who can pay, be it private or public sector. But as I said, there are many plans that have been put forward. Many other countries have done it, and there's no reason it can't be done here.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. We are going to move now to our next presenter for this segment, Sport Business, The Way Forward. I'm your moderator, Spencer Darlington. Let's welcome now Mr. Michael Hall, League Operations Director, the Caribbean Premier League. Mr. Hall.
Greetings, everyone. Good afternoon. Dr. Mansing, thanks very much for inviting me to be a member of today's symposium. You have set the platform for me, hopefully not to fall flat on my face when I present. I have a Dr. Mills, you're laughing at me, sir, already, and I haven't started speaking yet. Right. So I actually have a presentation, which I rather hastily put together, and I hope it will be of some use to the discussion today. If I may, I am going to share my screen so that everyone can see the presentation. Just give me a moment, please. Is everyone seeing that? Okay, I'm going to assume that everyone is seeing it. So maximizing revenue is what I've been asked to speak on, and let's just try and get right to it. This is who I am. I'm the tournament director for the Caribbean Premier League and for the recently announced Global Super League, which is to take place in the beautiful country of Guyana later this month. Sorry, later next month, November 26th to December 7th. Before I start, I'm hoping to see if I can bring a little levity to this, because this is about finding enough revenue to sustain both organizations and to put on sporting events as well. So if I may, please bear with me. Okay, so apologies. I'm hearing that no one is hearing any sound there, and that is a definite sign of my lack of technological skills. So I do apologize for that. Let me just move on with the slide presentation and stop pretending that I know what I'm doing as far as inserting some music. Okay, so I'm assuming everyone is seeing the screen. revenue generation, the first slide is sort of a, how shall I say, just a general comment on the importance of generating revenue to sustain and grow sporting organizations and to ensure the success of sports events. You have to create strategies that provide maximum sponsorship, ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandising, digital engagement, and other sources of revenue, because doing that will allow organizations to secure the funds that they need to thrive and to give events a chance to move from being one-off failures to becoming eagerly anticipated repeat activities. In terms of our sporting organizations and generating revenues that will sustain them and help them to grow, the first thing we need to look at, or the first thing I would suggest that they look at, are sponsorships and partnerships. Obviously, sponsorships are one of the most common ways for organizations to generate revenues. Interested potential sponsors are willing to pay huge sums of money to have their brand associated with popular, successful, and most importantly, well-managed sports organizations. Dennis alluded earlier in his presentation to perhaps the imposition of better management structures at the Jamaica Football Federation, leading to increased sponsorship revenues. And the example that I give here is one of the ones that Dennis highlighted, a partnership with a sportswear brand to sponsor team apparel with the brand's logo prominently displayed, is a good example of that. Not only brings in revenue, but it also enhances the brand's visibility to a large audience. I don't think it's a coincidence that Adidas has seen the value and understands the value of brand Jamaica in wanting to come on board and sponsor the Jamaica Football Federation to the extent that they have. And I suspect, Dennis, that they're already seeing significant returns on that investment. As you mentioned, the Jamaican football apparel line is probably the leading brand in terms of demand for Adidas at the moment. Ticket sales and memberships. If you're thinking about your ticket sales, let's say you're an organization that puts on an annual competition. You may want to boost your revenue by offering different types of tickets, season passes, single game tickets, premium seating options. Premium seating options may not necessarily be available here in Jamaica, given the state of some of our facilities. But thankfully, based on a recent press conference, that landscape is going to change. You can encourage people to become members of your organization, assuming, of course, that your charter and your memorandum and articles allow for membership. But membership is another way. Membership subscriptions is another way to have to create another revenue stream. And becoming a member will bring with it certain benefits. You can create, packages for your members with priority ticket access, discounts on merchandise, and then maybe events for exclusive to your members. So that's another quick way, perhaps, of generating some additional revenue. Broadcast rights, obviously, another and perhaps the most significant way for a sporting organization or even an event, but we'll come to events shortly, to generate revenue as well. All sorts of content carriers, and they're certainly way far more means by which your event can be seen, given the various streaming platforms, etc. And depending on the value of your organization and how you positioned it, depending on the value of the events that your organization puts on, you can enter into some highly lucrative agreements with persons when you encourage them to purchase your broadcast rights. You look no further than the NFL, the Premier League. The value of those broadcast deals are staggering. I think the IPL, as an example, if I can just use a cricketing example, the IPL sold its its last auction for television rights, I think the package was sold for $9 billion US. So, you know, it sort of gives you an idea of the kinds of money that broadcasters and other transmission platforms are willing to spend if you present or provide a product that encourages them to spend that kind of money, because they're absolutely certain that the number of viewers are going to warrant that spend. Merchandise sales obviously is another way in which, I beg your pardon, merchandise sales is obviously another way in which organizations can generate additional revenue. Obviously, your fans or your members willing to show support by purchasing team jerseys and other branded items. And these can be sold at your events through your online store, and obviously in retail outlets if you want to strike a deal with specific retail outlets. You should consider, when you're doing this, offering a wide range of products that cater to different tastes. I mean, you know, limited edition items obviously would be a great sellers as well. Commemorative shirts or memorabilia that or clothing that's been autographed also create excitement and can drive additional revenue. Of course, hosting events and tournaments is also another way for your organization or your sporting federation to generate additional revenue. And these can range from local matches to international competitions. And obviously you want to get your fans, your sponsors, and the media involved. Ticket sales, sponsorship deals, concessions, broadcasting rights. You know, and the higher profile the event, the more your organization's reputation will be enhanced and invite future opportunities. Very, very important in today's landscape is digital and social media engagement. You need to have social media and digital platforms associated with your organization so that you can engage fans and generate revenue by creating content. Now, look, all of these things, you know, you can't do it for free. It costs money to do it, but it's the old adage, right? You have to spend money if you want to make money. But, you know, creating content like behind the scenes videos, interviews, live updates of what's happening, and so on. Depending on the size of your following, then obviously you can monetize in other ways. You can advertise, there's advertising revenues from YouTube. You can encourage people to take paid subscriptions. You can do affiliate marketing through links to merchandise and ticket sales. You can drive traffic to your website and its online store. So a digital and social media presence is an absolute imperative for a sporting organization in today's world. Corporate hospitality and VIP experiences for the events that you put on is obviously another lucrative revenue strategy. Companies often look to provide exclusive experiences for their clients and their employees, and your event will provide a perfect setting for that. You know, luxury seating, you know, gourmet catering, providing opportunities to meet and greet the athletes who are taking part, are all ways in which you can use corporate hospitality and VIP experiences to generate some additional revenue for your organization. Obviously, these packages are sold at a premium price and would provide a substantial revenue boost. How applicable is this to the Jamaican scenario? Perhaps not so much now, but again, once the planned improvements to our sporting infrastructure that have been recently announced come to fruition, then this will become, I would think this will become an integral part of any revenue generation strategy for a sporting organization. At the last, and maybe not necessarily at the least, engaging at the community and grassroots level. You can invest in local initiatives, which can build a strong community presence in different communities, and thereby attract sponsorship from businesses that are domiciled within those local communities. It's not necessarily about only generating revenue, but it will definitely help the organization to foster a more positive image and garner long-term support. In undertaking these initiatives as well, it can perhaps help you to identify and nurture talent. Let me just turn quickly to the staging of events, because that was sort of an overview on how an organization might use certain methods to generate some additional revenue. This is perhaps the most important part of deciding whether or not you're going to have an event, whether it's worth it. You know, a lot of what you want to do has to be achieved at this point, you know, feasibility and planning stage. And if you can get your event underwritten as early as this stage, then there's every chance that it's going to succeed. Unfortunately, this part of planning an event, or this part of putting on an event, is often overlooked, or if not overlooked, then certainly not enough attention is paid to it. The next two stages, after you've gone past feasibility and planning, will occur after the decision has been taken to go ahead with the event. And obviously these two stages involve the implementation of the event itself. Now, let's say that you have made the decision and hopefully a justified decision that you are going to have an event. Then we know, going to try and look at some of the things that you must do in order for the event to be a success. Obviously, you have to market your event. And pre-event, you have to build the hype. You know, one of the reasons we love sports is the anticipation of the event and the things that, all the discussion that takes place before it actually takes place. You know, you only have to think about when Champs is coming up, for example, the amount of discussions and call-in programs and so forth that take place around what is going to happen at Champs. You must use your social media platforms to market your event. Technology is not an option anymore. It is an absolute must. When you use your social media platforms to promote your event or market your event, you're able to target specific demographics based on interest, behavior, and location. You boost engagement. You can address any concerns that people who are potentially going to attend your event may have in real time, and you get valuable feedback. So the impact of marketing your event using social media is immediate. You should really craft a comprehensive strategy that gets to know your audience so that you get the desired results when you actually stage the event. Some examples of how you might promote the event on social media, and they're listed there. You know, on your social pages, you create a countdown. You make your page shareable. You can utilize polls to create engagement around the event before. Posting of teasers is always important as well. Your event should have a hashtag. Create a Facebook event, and then host some giveaways or contests on your event site, again, to create interest and promote excitement around it before it's actually held. Something that's become increasingly popular and important in recent times is collaborating with influencers and athletes. I'm sure everybody knows what an influencer is. Make sure that you connect with the right influencer that can relate to your target audience and one that has their own large following. Again, doing so does not, you know, people don't do this for free. But if you have done your budgeting correctly and you have your event funded, then this should have been a part of the budget because it's extremely important in today's world. And the things that you ought to consider is, you know, what's the relevance of the influencer? What's your target audience? The authenticity of your influencer, his level of engagement, his reach, his reputation, or her reputation, I should say. Focusing on your search engine optimization is also very important. It will help you to ensure that your target audience can find you at the top of their search engine results page. So simply put, that's to say, if somebody were to type in, you know, boys and girls champs or champs, that you want that to be the first search result that comes up. It helps you to achieve visibility, drive traffic, and convert leads. To drive results from your search engine optimization, though, you should have the following elements as part of your website, and they're listed here. You know, it must be user-friendly, it must be intuitive for the person that's on your site, the visuals must be high quality. If you're trying to sell tickets, etc., it should have a shopping cart, and so forth. You're at your event, you want to make sure that you have a memorable fan experience so that people will want to come back again and again. Maybe minimizing queues. No one likes to get stuck in a queue for longer than they need to be. Maybe your digital tickets may have a sort of staggered arrival and time entry element to it, which is what's known as virtual queuing, and you should try to maximize the potential of that when you're having your event. You must always try and provide an enjoyable, safe atmosphere. You know, make the environment comfortable, ensure that your security measures are effective, and make sure that the fans feel safe. Your in-stadium experience, again, and this comes down to the facilities that are at your disposal at the, you know, in the location where your event is being staged, but enhancing the in-stadium experience by providing, you know, VIP tickets, VIP suites, you know, in-stadium merchandise experience, and so on. You know, friendly and well-trained staff to take you to your seat, etc. Is all a part of making sure that your event will be a success and also be something that people will want to return to again and again. Last year, $97 billion plus circulated throughout the global sports sponsorship market. It's projected to grow at a CAGR of just under 9% until 2030. And that's going to push the value of global sports sponsorship to $190 billion. And a lot of the spending in the global sports sponsorship market, because obviously that has many elements to it, including sponsorship of individual athletes. But the bulk of that $97 billion was focused on, or of that spend was focused on sports events. You know, yes, that's a global number, and a lot of it is skewed towards events that are held outside of Jamaica. But again, once you have created the type of event, there is no shortage of sponsorship for well-run, well-managed, and high-value sports events in Jamaica. It is for you to create the environment that will invite sponsorship for your event. When you're mining for sponsors, yeah, you have to understand what their generic goals are. Yeah, the sponsor wants to increase and build brand awareness, increase and build corporate image, and develop internal relations and to achieve competitive advantage over people who provide a similar service to theirs. If you can't convince a sponsor that your event can achieve these goals, then it's simple. Your event won't be sponsored. Philanthropic sponsorship is dead. It's all about return on investment. Nobody gives sponsorship anymore because they like you. You have got to show that they're going to get a return on their investment. when you're looking for sponsorship for your event, you need to target your sponsorship or tailor your pitch depending on what you're looking for. You're looking for financial sponsorship, in-kind sponsorship, media sponsorship, or promotional sponsorship. A party's strategy should be about building relationships with your sponsor, understand their goals, communicate with them consistently and effectively, always deliver on your promises, and always show appreciation. Make sure that you are ready, willing, and able to help them to exploit the rights that you've sold them. Be willing to collaborate and facilitate whatever activations are there. And then at the end of the day, you must be able to provide them with an evaluation. What was their return on investment? What was the financial return to them relative to their cost? What was the return to them relative to the increase in their brand awareness, which is the level of interaction and involvement of the audience with their brand. Look, this is a very sort of broad, I guess, roadmap for both sporting organizations with respect to funding their own activities, as well as the sporting organizations with respect to finding and promoting successfully the events that they stage as part of their mandate to develop their sport. It's largely generic, but again, I'm hopeful that anyone from a sporting organization who's watching or listening will be able to take some learnings from this very brief presentation.
All righty,
So,
Mr.
thanks.
Hall,
Yes.
through.
Yes, thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Michael Hall. And Mr. Hall is the League Operation Director for the Caribbean Premier League. We're going to move quickly to our final presenter, and that will be Dr. Christopher Malcolm, Deputy Dean, UWI Mona, Faculty of Law. Doc?
Afternoon. Thank you, Spencer, and to the organizers, of course. And at the start, well, just for clarity, I was at the time the event was being planned, Deputy Dean. I am no longer Deputy Dean, just for the record. I need to state that. But one of the things as we proceed looking at this, the concerns that we have, and the background is important. This event, as I understand it, came about against the backdrop where there was a perception that we did not perform as well as we were expecting to at the last Olympic Games. Against the background as well, where we have seen over time, as has happened with cricket and other sports, where there has been a diminution of brand value in some instances, and also in instances in which we have not seen sufficient return coming to us in terms of retained value as we would have hoped for, or as we think we can reasonably have. Now, as I start at that point, I know throughout the course of this morning and into this afternoon, a lot has been said about brand and value, and including in what Michael just spoke about. And I share with that, but I want to emphasize two things though. I want us to bear in mind that there is one element of brand value in its creation, but there's also the element that we probably should be even more interested in, which is the value that is to be derived from brand, and also the extent to which we are able to retain value that is created as a result of the brand that we create. Now, in order to do that, we, of course, need to have the raw product as we want to think of it. But bear in mind, though, that even if you have exceptional raw product, unless you have appropriate arrangements supporting that you're able to get something out of it, you will not be able to derive much value from it. And one of the examples, and it's a non-sporting example that I'm going to cite, and it's a bad example, the reason that I don't always try to use Singapore as an example of what we should do in Jamaica, even though we do it a lot of the times. But I'm just going to use an example of something in Singapore. Singapore does not have a drop of oil. They produce no oil. Yet Singapore was certainly, in the last set of statistics that were made available recent, ranked number 5 in the world of 214 refined oil producers, having been able to export up to almost $63 billion worth of refined oil products. And that, of course, is a situation where they import crude oil products, clearly, and then they do refining. And their importation of crude oil is in the region of just about $58 billion, 58.5, and they're at about 63 in terms of export. So we're talking about them making in the region of almost $5 billion by exporting something that they produce in circumstances where they have none of the raw material. An exciting, interesting part about that is from Malaysia, for example, in terms of raw products coming in, they import about $3.2 billion worth of raw products and sell back to Malaysia in the region of $4.9 billion worth of refined petroleum products. Now, the reason I stated that is to make the point that even where we have significant value, or even where we don't have it for that matter, at source as in raw, what is it critical as we're seeking to build an industry is that we recognize that if you have appropriate arrangements in place, you're able to derive significant value, which may well go beyond anything that you can associate with at home. Now, from the sport perspective, as we're thinking of creating brand, there are two critical elements, certainly from a legal perspective, and I'm a lawyer, so I'm speaking as one at the moment, that we need to bear in mind. We need to bear in mind that for sport, as you're thinking of creating brand and deriving value from it, you have to think that there are two levels, for example, at which lawyers tend to interface and where commercial activity comes in. There's the element of where you need to look at the maintenance of the product, where you get into looking at doping, anti-doping, and that sort of thing. And that's one element of it. It's the PR value, as we call it. In accounting circles, accounting firms do auditing to get the clients, but they don't make most of their money from it. So you get that, and you have to get that right. But there's also the other element of it, which Michael would have touched on in some extent, and Chris to another extent earlier, that element of the commercialization value. And that is where you now look to see that even without significant raw material, you can in fact put things behind the scenes that can allow you to derive significant value, an inherent value almost being created from it. And we see a lot of that happening now, for example, out in the Middle East, where they have been investing a lot in creating products so that they can get significant commercialization and political mileage as well from what they do, which itself translates into commercial value. And I think when we're looking at this, we have to bear in mind that it is that end of the spectrum that we perhaps have fallen flattest on, because what we have not done enough, I believe, even with what I heard Dennis say earlier, to ensure that we create a sufficient basis for retention of value and deriving sufficient value even where brand is being created. But one of the things, and one of the shortfalls in this, frankly, is that what we have not done well enough at is understanding the legal environment in which commercial sporting activities happen and what it is that we need to do. So it is not unusual, not just for sport, but for entertainment and other related things as well, that we do not understand well enough or spend enough time ensuring that we put appropriate contractual and related arrangements in place, not just to protect the event, but to protect our IP rights and to ensure that we have clear arrangements as to how future value is going to be created by contract. One of the things we know, for example, as lawyers, is that however good your product is, if you do not protect it under appropriate legal arrangements, you could lose every single thing, including the brand value. And we just have to look to musicians. How many of our musicians have how much outstanding royalties and so on sitting down in Europe and whatever that they are unable to collect and don't even know that they have it to collect because they do not have appropriate back-end arrangements in place that we need to put in mind. And it is to that now that takes us to the future and how we're going to get there. Clearly, it requires, as we are putting these things together, that we have appropriate governmental arrangements in a small society like Jamaica. We are never going to be able to do what an American society might be able to achieve. I like to use again the music example. If I am playing indie rock music in Jamaica, I will never make a living. I have to default to center of doing something which is reggaeton in order to make some money out of it. If I'm, however, in a bigger society with a lot of people around with a lot of disposable income that they have, I can play indie rock, I can play funk, I can play whatever, and there'll always be a market segment that I can tap into. But what it then means is that because we recognize those limitations, it is important that our pooling of resources and how the resources are effectively managed is done in a manner, including through governmental intervention, that allows for us to identify areas that are worth investing in and ensuring that we put the appropriate legal, including intellectual property rights arrangements and so on in place that will allow for that to happen. And it then allows me to segue into a little pet peeve of mine, which is something I've had. And I know Chris mentioned it earlier, for example, when he said that as we're creating brand, very often we're creating brand, for example, in our elite athletes, in the athlete, but not much enough is done for the clubs, the associations, and for nation in terms of the retention. And my pet peeve includes, for example, that I would never, and I'm going to say it publicly, I've said it many times before, I would never pay 1 cent to a student going to Penn Release because they make so much money at Penn Release and nothing gets coming back and the students come back every year to beg money and we have not put appropriate arrangements in place to be able to derive income from that can sustain our athletes going there. So personally, I would never, I sit as a school board member of Monroe and I make it clear to them, I would never make a cent available to a student going there because we need to, at a national level and at ISA level and all the other levels, do what needs to be done to ensure that we have appropriate commercial rights arrangements with Penn that can allow money to come back and be retained by us and be derived by us, because we all know, those of us who have had anything to do with Penn, that Penn Relays makes all its money or most of it as a result of Jamaicans going there. So why then is it that they are retaining significant sum of money and we're not, and we're consistently begging cap in hand to be able to send our students there? Again, prioritization gone bad and investment not going in the areas that it should go, and us taking the appropriate steps to ensure that we are protecting what we derive or what can be derived and retaining some of it appropriately for ourselves. The other thing, a pet peeve of mine as well, as we're building for the future and looking forward, we know that in our athletic circles, or when I say athletics, I mean sports generally. That's what I'm using it at now. You will have many persons going into sport, but not many will become elite. Not many will become great at what they do. But what we have in common is that at the early stages of development, all of our athletes will rely on local support through our schools, through our government being able to run on the stadium track and the rest of it and so on. Yet we have a very weird system where we have these athletes, when they make it big, in a situation where we have to go cap in hand to beg them if they feel obliged to give anything, because we have not put sufficient arrangements in place as to how to protect our retention. There's no elite athlete who can go to any meet without paying his agent off the top. And we simply have not, in a society where, as I said, because we're small and we have to make sure that we use our resources well, we have not got to the point where we can simply go out and say, do this and everything goes. It doesn't work that way. So when monies, for example, go to our stadium track or to an entertainment venue, it is because money is being moved away from ordinary other education facilities and so on into going into that. And my position is simple. We need to ensure from governmental level that we put the appropriate arrangements in place. So we have good stadia, we have good entertainment venues, we make it available for athletes to properly develop with good turfs and all the other things that we need. So that when Lionel Messi comes here, as Dennis Strong says, he doesn't become an average footballer because the turf is bad. But when we invest in that, we must know that there's a model that allows for retention to go back into ensuring that the development continues, and to ensure as well that when those other athletes who have also contributed to the success of our elites do not make it, they have appropriate pension plans that can be made available and so on as a result of retention. And the truth is, we all know that there are many of our athletes who do exceptionally well, while there are others who live the lives of paupers. And the question is, how do we find an effective way to balance and to ensure that there's a paying forward approach that is being taken at the very outset for the protection of what it is? So I'm saying, in short, that while I understand the need for us to take a much more business-related approach to how we go forward, to do what Michael is talking about as to how you ensure that you can get effective sponsorship and do all the other things, we need to think a little more into how it is that we're going to create a value where every member of society can see things in it that is for them. And I will tell you, it's the same thing that we see, for example, in tourism. There are persons who say, well, tourism is not for me because I don't see it translates to me. And I'm going to give you a quick example of where that came home to me about 15 or so years ago in Barbados. I was on the south coast out in Barbados, out in Accra, and I went across to pick up something at the supermarket, and this at the little superette there out at, close to Sheffield. And this fellow looked at me and he said, he approached me and he was clearly trying to sell some service, whatever that service was. And he then said to me, I spoke, I answered, and I said, I'm good. And he said, oh, you're from Jamaica. So he asked me, do you want some weed? I said, no, I'm good. So you want girl? I said, no. So you want boy? I said, no. And then I sat with him and I spoke and I said, why is it? He had dreadlocked hairstyle. I said to him, why is it that you're out here effectively prostituting Barbados in the way that you're doing? And he said to me, he said, let me tell you something. You're coming from a hotel across the road. They're over there and they're making money. They don't care about me. All I is, his words, all I is a service provider. And I will provide whatever anybody wants to make what I need to make for myself. And the reason we continue to speak, he said, is that I do not see sufficient effort being made to make me feel as though I am a real recipient of what is being created. So the point I'm making is that in small societies, we have a broad mass of persons that we need to engage, and we need to ensure that those very persons that we're going to rely on to create brand value, to ensure that we have the persons who feel invested in what we're doing and can help us to make it bigger, feel sufficiently engaged to want to contribute and to continue to contribute. So we have to make sure that when we're diverting resources, for example, from fixing a road to creating a new turf, the person whose road was not fixed can say the turf is created and I'm seeing the value that is coming home to me in a particular way. Is it that we don't see it at the moment? We see some of it clearly, but we should be able to see more of it. And I'm saying in the same way that if you're a boxer, the boxers train with people who take the punches for them as they prepare for the fight. That person who takes the punches wants to know that I can get some value coming out of my training partner, or the person I offer myself as a training partner for. And so we're going to have to think a new model as we're moving forward, bearing in mind, as I started by saying, that we are a small society with very limited resources. So all of those things that we hear about the critical value, UWI itself has done a study where we said that the value and benefit of sport is about $700 billion US. And there are others that say lower or higher figures. And I'm not quarreling with the figure, but a lot of those figures are not going to be here in Jamaica, one. And we have to make sure that what is coming home can be more evenly seen in how we express it, and that persons can feel a little better attached to it than at present. And I'm going further in saying that as we think that future, a better future in which we can all feel engaged in it, we're also recognizing that we have to bring professionals on board, not just coaches, Dr. Mansing, and so on, but ensure that we have appropriately trained lawyers, accountants, persons who are investment advisors and all, a host of persons coming on stream, being able to understand that this is a nest egg. I agree with Dennis Strong when he said our comparative advantage may be in sport, not in law, accounting, and so on. But the fact is, law and all these disciplines are the ones that must be properly leveraged to ensure that the significant value that can be derived is had. I don't know of any significant musician or entertainment person globally who does not have a good team of lawyers, accountants, and other things around them. And we need to now develop that ecosystem which recognizes it to be much more than sport prowess, and to ensure that we create an environment in which we start thinking much more progressively about the derivation of value from sport and the retention of it. And that can only be done by ensuring that we have the appropriate legal and other arrangements in place, and to ensure that as we go to this mindset, we have the corporate sector, the public sector, and everybody on board. So not just in understanding the value that is possible, but in seeing how it is that by helping to create value, we all can grow and develop. And we need to ensure that it translates not just at the macro level, but at the micro level, because that little man I spoke to, that dreadlocked man out in Barbados at Accra Beach 15 years ago, taught me the important lesson that however good a product is and how it is being viewed locally, internationally, if he does not feel sufficiently connected to it, as he said to me, I don't care what happens to them. I'm simply interested in me. I think my time is up, but I will take the questions as Michael will in the section available to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Malcolm. And as we move into the question and the answer segment now, there was a question which came in earlier towards the end of the previous segment, which we did not get a chance to pose. We'll do that now. It's really directed towards Mr. Garth Gale, but it has a connection to all national sporting associations. So Mr. Dennis Chung, who is here, the GenSec for the Jamaica Football Federation, could appropriately answer this on behalf of the JFF. It says, and it came from Monique from Sportsmax. The question said, a big part of sports sustainability comes from merchandise sales for supporters who want to identify with the brand. Why has it been so hard to purchase replica gears, especially the J3s? Is it something contractually that prevents the associations from doing so? Mr. Chung, you could answer on behalf of the JFF how it's done in terms of the sale of merchandise at the Jamaica Football Federation. Mr. Chung? Mr. Chung? Right, while we wait for Mr. Chung to get back.
I think I'm going to ride a bicycle.
Probably.
I'm wondering if Mr. Hall can answer that.
Yes, Doc.
I was wondering if Mr. Hall could answer that.
Well,
Michael, you want to take a crack at that?
Clearly, I'm not qualified to speak on behalf of the local sporting federations. What I can tell you, though, is that there is a pretty robust merchandising program around the Caribbean Premier League. Sorry, the Caribbean Premier League. Obviously, each franchise creates and produces its own merchandise for sale, and some do better than others, but I suspect that that would be true in any sports league, in any sports discipline. I mean, you're likely to find Spencer and everybody else that Manchester United may sell more jerseys than, say, Bournemouth. And the same is true with the Caribbean Premier League. But I can assure you, and if you have watched the games, you will see that when you watch a game in which the Trinbago Knight Riders are playing, for example, in Trinidad, I would venture to say that maybe 90% of the people in the stadium are wearing a replica shirt. What has led to that level of sales? I don't know. I think it's perhaps just the willingness on the part of the franchise to invest in producing that amount of merchandise. I would imagine that that decision would be somewhat data driven in terms of what previous year's sales have been. But I am also disappointed that as a Jamaican, I cannot simply walk into a retail outlet here in Jamaica. Perhaps the JFF does have a retail partner, I don't know. But I can just walk into a store and pick up, you know, a replica jersey for myself or to send for my granddaughters in America and so on. It's not the easiest thing to do. And when you try to go online to buy, they're usually sold out. And I suspect that means good news for the JFF, depending on what sort of legal framework, Christopher, they have put in place with respect to their merchandise sales with Adidas. But yes, Spencer, I would imagine that, you know, ease with which a person can buy replica gear for a national team or a national sporting federation it has to be contingent on what sort of arrangement they have with the people who produce those for them, and whether or not they have how much access they have to whatever is produced. It could be that Adidas says, you know, we're going to produce 10 million of these things, and you guys can only get, you know, 20,000 because the demand globally is that big. I don't know. It's frustrating though as a Jamaican that I can't just walk into a store and buy one.
Mhm.
You know, if I could add in,
Is Mr. Chung back with us? Yes, Doc, go ahead.
if I could add in, I think, you know, there's at some stage it was lack of attention as well. I remember that some other organizations which had big following, you just could not buy the shirts online or at the ground. It was simply because they just didn't think there was any value in it and didn't put any effort into it. On the flip side, I have actually been into sporting shops in India, in New Delhi and Bangalore, and seen Calabar shirts, and my children have seen Jamaica college shirts for sale in those stores. Now, that had nothing to do with Jamaica, I'm sure. They were probably producing them for the schools, had surplus and sold them there. But when we asked them what it was, they said, oh, this is Jamaican beachwear. So the point is that without effort, some shirts are being sold, and other shirts or jerseys with effort are still not being sold because people just don't see the value in it. I think the presentation by Mr. Chung spoke to that the merchandising is not just shirts and so on, but anything has a value, especially at the time at the ground, but even afterwards. And to answer them, the same frustration that Michael has of trying to go and get something which you can send overseas is not always possible, and something I would hope that the federations would look into.
All right, thank you, Doc. A question came in from Waver Hines, and he said, how do we inform the strategy without knowing what the nation needs in conjunction with global demands? Doc,
Was that for me?
Or...
Yeah, no, there's no doubt that you have to have data before you can set up a strategy. But what I think what I was alluding to before is that there's an overarching thing that you've got to do in terms of setting up a sustainable model and then fine tune it with data. And I'm not saying that that's the right approach for everything, but in this case, we have a structure which I think is quite it has not been updated in terms of potential and thinking and so on, and we can act on that while we're getting the rest of the data. I think that's really what I'm more alluding to. So I fully agree with Wavell that you have to have data-driven decisions, but there's some obvious things. For example, right here, we're talking about the shirts and so on. What we need the data for is to whether we produce 1,000 shirts or 1,000,000 shirts. But the fact that we need to produce shirts is not something I need data for. I know I need to do that. So it's really to get that started while you get the data, but both can be done concurrently.
There's something I wish to add, Spencer, to that, because I hear Wavell on that, but there's also an element in, and it goes way, way back, where there is not the level of accountability and transparency among many of our organizations that we require. And I go back to where I started by saying this. In a big society, the NFL, for example, run in the US, it can effectively operate without any need for government assistance. In the context of Jamaica, cricket or anything to happen will require some level of government assistance. And once you do, you're going to the public to use public resources. But what we find is that the very organizations that go to the public for public resources are themselves unprepared very often to subject themselves to the accountability and transparency models that say that they need to properly account to the people for what they do and the resources they get. And it is because we do not repose enough confidence in our people. So yes, we need to know what global demands are. Yes, we need to but we also need to start at a point where we're saying we're going to have to understand the nature of our less than 3 million people. We're also going to have to understand the limitations on our national budget. And we're also going to have to understand that if we're going there and we want to ensure that this is something which excites the public and get the public moving in a direction, which is a new direction, because we're coming out of a system. And Florette spoke to it earlier, where she said a lot of the associations and the systems that we operate are coming back from way, way, way back when, where you had elites operating in a particular way without the mass of the people being sufficiently engaged. So we're going to have a new dispensation if we want to be futuristic and to go there, where we're saying going forward, a lot of what was done in a particular way to protect the particular club or the particular cricket club or whatever, which was its own little enclave. That now has to change because we have to democratize sport, sporting arrangement, and how we involve our people.
All right, thanks, Dr. Malcolm. A question came in from HP Chat at Track Studio, and this is for Mr. Michael Hall. I think collaboration is the way to go, and the sport is a huge business. Do you think we're leaving it up to sponsors to determine what we are worth when we are worth more?
We can always suggest what we are worth, Spencer. But if we are in the marketplace, then we are worth what the market says we are worth. You know, it's like I could get up tomorrow and say, I believe that my house is worth $100 million. And so I'm going to sell it for $100 million. When the reality of the market is that it's worth 75. And whether I like it or not, that's what I have to take. I think that if you're talking about sport and collaboration, and by collaboration, I'm assuming the person that posed the question means working together with corporates to put on an event that is mutually beneficial, both for me as the event promoter and for them as the quote unquote investor being the person putting up the sponsorship, that it can't be a question of me saying, well, the sponsorship value of this event is X, and therefore you must sponsor it to the tune of X. It doesn't work like that. It has to be something that is mutually agreeable and something that is palatable to the person who's going to invest in your event. So that's how I would respond to that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I mean, it's all well and good for us to say we're worth more, but again, we're not the sole determinant of that.
Understandable. Thanks, Mr. Hall. A comment from Nahil Brown Legiston. She says, just to throwing this out in the universe, while we are talking about development, let us remember our para and the special athletes. We have to do it as a nation. Another comment from HP Chat Track Studio. I traveled to Jamaica to watch the Paris Olympic Games, and I could not find a kit associated with the team to buy. We just spoke about merchandising. People asked me to bring back Jamaican kit to the US, and I came back empty-handed. Why? Well, Dr. Mansing, Mr. Michael, Dr. Malcolm, all of you spoke about that recently, and the need to streamline and probably revamp measures in place as far as merchandising is concerned at the moment, sports merchandising.
Yeah, look, I mean, there is no doubt. I proudly wore a replica jersey to the game the other night against Honduras. How did I get that replica jersey? I wasn't able to buy it at Adidas's online store. I was not able to purchase it from the JFF office or from any retail outlet here in Jamaica. A colleague of mine who works with the CPL also has a side business where he buys replica shirts or has them manufactured for popular teams. And he went out of his way to get me a Jamaica team away replica jersey and gave it to me at the start of the CPL. Otherwise, I wouldn't have one because I've been trying and just unable to get it. So certainly with respect to, sorry, our more popular sports, there has to be a way for people who support our athletes and who support the organizations that run those sports to easily get shirts. When we go to the Olympics, and you know, there's usually a fairly large amount of Jamaicans who attend, either traveling from here or who have to live here. I mean, it's not necessarily a large amount of them. They certainly look at me on TV because we stand out in our shirts. But I don't know. Some of them are just wearing, you know, Jamaica T-shirts that they might have gotten at Craft Cottage. But the actual replica shirt representing the athletes who are on the field, I'm not so sure. And it just ought not to be that difficult. I can go online and buy an England shirt or an Argentina shirt like nothing, but can't buy a Jamaican one. Something is wrong with that.
Yes, so clearly something will have to be done there, Mr. Hall, as far as that is concerned. We are not getting any more questions, so I think pretty much we're going to put the lid on things here and put the wrap on the proceedings. But let me thank all the presenters who made themselves available today. Dr. Christopher Stokes, Dr. Craig Ranson. We also had Honorable Glenn Mills. We had Mrs. Florida Blackwood, Mr. David Riley, Mr. Garth Gale, Mr. Dennis Chung, and we also had Dr. Akshay Mansingh, Mr. Michael Hall, and Dr. Christopher Malcolm. Earlier, J3's Vice President, Mr. Ian Forbes, he gave his input as well, and Major Desmond Brown presented a message on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Sports, Olivia Babsy Grange. So we want to thank all our presenters. We want to thank Dr. Mansingh and his team at the University of the West Indies, the Faculty of Sport, for putting this wonderful symposium together entitled The Future of Sports in Jamaica. I also want to thank my co-moderator, Karen Madden, and all our viewers from in Jamaica and around the globe who participated in a wonderful effort, wonderful project put on by the University of the West. And do enjoy the rest of the day.